Hey, Joelington. Congratulations, you are first.
Hello everyone, today is going to be epic. So I'm out here in
What's up, Eric?
Paris. The Olympics has just started, so we thought we'd come and explore this city on my brand new e-bike. Look at this beauty. I've got the Ken Roxon Talk On by Canyon. This is completely brand new. We're out here, we're going to be finding the sickest stuff possible at night time. I've got some special lights to fit onto this, so we're going to have a little look at that now. We've got a secret power bank in here, and then we're going to connect lights all in the frame here so it looks ridiculous in the night time. Let's get them fitted. Amazon special. This is some sort of like USB light thing that's going to hopefully stick to the frame. I didn't actually check until we've arrived, which is quite classic of me. Right, let's try and stick this all around the bike then. Get that on there. Fully charged e-bing in Paris. What more could you want? That in there. I can't believe this has worked that well. Look, boom, through there. Right, we'll have a little test if this is going to work. We now have the sickest, most charged bike you've ever seen in your life. With the lights fitted, it is now looking amazing. There's only one thing left to do though, and that is to wait for night time for it to really shine. Let's get it. Uh-oh! Yo, that's cool. It's weird with these lights blasting up as well. I think that's going to look insane from the GoPros. Let's have a cool... Oh yeah. To ride, jump down, and hopefully not annoy everyone. What?
In their miniature penitentiary.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Oh, they're so handsome. So orange and so sentient. Oh, that's amazing. That is just so nice. Those are nice kitties. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Leland, though.
Whoa! Oh yeah, look at this thing lighting the place up. Oh, it looks like a zone here. Oh my god, that is so gnarly. Whoa! Street hill climbs on your toe. Cool, here we go, dropping. Oh my goodness. Wow, that is tight. Oh my god, that is so much tighter than I thought. That is so gnarly. Oh my goodness. So gnarly. Oh my god. The bars couldn't fit at one point. I sort of had to wiggle around it. That was a doomer. Dropping.
Why no politics? Is that sarcasm? Today Trump admin gave a bunch of slop journers a binder full of redacted court filings pertaining to Jeff Epstein that were already public and unredacted and called them the Epstein files lol. And the Tate brothers are in FL.
Yeah, I heard about the Tate
What do you think?
brothers. Oh my god, that is just crazy. We're not
Welcome
covering
back to Slop Lop.
any serious political stuff because I
Social media influencer.
need a break. I've just been covering way too much negative, annoying shit, and it's bad for my brain. Need at least one day to fucking chill and not have to listen to stupid shit constantly. Thanks for the donation, retard. And I heard about the Epstein thing. There's clearly something going on where Trump can very easily be implicated in some of the Epstein stuff, and he's trying to hide something. Very fishy. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, this is day 2 of 3 days of me eating less than 500 calories and doing 50,000 steps each day. I'm losing 1 pound of body fat each day. Smile. I'll be refeeding once I'm done at a local Indian vegetarian/vegan buffet. Lol yum.
If you're, yeah, if you're gonna eat that little, you're not gonna be able to eat much on a refeed day, trust me. Especially if you're able to keep that up for about a month. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to eat, like, anything, dude. You'll probably get super hungry, go to the buffet, and then you'll find you're only able to eat, like, a very small portion. I'd also generally recommend not doing that. Less than 500 calories and 50,000 steps is ridiculous, and you're probably going to end up, like, fainting. So, my recommendation would be to at least double the caloric intake. But, you know, you can figure things out. Like, I'm sure you're an adult, or close to being an adult at least. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Did you hear that Idaho is trying to take away civil rights from trans people?
Tonight.
Well, it is Ohio. Oh, Idaho. Well, it's Idaho. Let me take a look.
A bill advancing to the Iowa House that would remove civil rights protections based on gender identity from state law. We told you last week about the bill, which removes those protections in things like employment and wages. The bill...
I don't know how that could possibly be seen as constitutional.
Passed the House Judiciary Committee with a 13-8 vote tonight, despite protests at the Iowa State Capitol and comments from both sides of the issue.
To take away...
Dude, there's something special about the American government where you literally have political parties that are actually evil. You know? Like in most other countries, you have to vote for, like, an independent, or there's, like, some far-right Nazi party that only, you know, like, barely anybody takes seriously. But yeah, in the United States, you actually have a legit political party that wins half the time that's pure evil. It's bizarre. What in the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh yeah, Frank dropped a new video. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Derek donated $2. Would you call this person entitled? Let me see. I don't know if anything pisses me off more than when you say hello to someone and they make eye contact and straight up ignore you. Even people I don't like, I will respond to if they say hello, even if I'm having a terrible day. I just don't have it in me to ignore someone who says hi to me. I have no tolerance for anyone like this. Like, have some common decency, you absolute piece of shit. Yeah, that person is very entitled. You're, no one is obligated to say hello to you back. What a Karen. Thanks for the donation, Derek.
Oh, I've thought this through lol. My secret high protein, high fiber, low calorie food that keeps me full and nourished is TVP and soy sauce and energy drinks.
This link you sent me is a download for something. I'm not downloading anything, so I'm not gonna click the link. Oh. If you're eating less than 500 calories, even if you're only eating TVP, that is still very little TVP. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben. Speed Racer donated $3. Let me see.
Come on, get out of the bathtub. Come on. Let's go for a walk.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Not turning on the water. Come on. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go for a walk.
Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Come on. Get out of the bathtub. Come on. Come on.
Oh. So lazy.
Do you want to go for a walk? You gotta get out of the bathtub.
Lazy.
Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Get out. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, that's a lazy dog. Well, thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Seriously though, Amarcia is slowly touring into Nazi Germany.
It is, but tonight I'd rather not think about that too much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother arrived in Florida today after prosecutors in Romania lifted a travel ban related to criminal charges against the brothers. The Tates are under investigation in Romania over accusations of human trafficking, trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor, and money laundering. Both have denied any wrongdoing. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis says the brothers are ultimately not welcome in his state, but would have to look into what jurisdiction it might have to enforce that.
Yeah, dude, even Ron DeSantis knows, like, this is not a good idea.
President Trump.
What in the fuck?
5. Andrew Tate and his brother are free. As you are probably aware, Tate was being held in Romania, first under house arrest and then banned from leaving the country due to the trafficking cases against him. Well, their American lawyer tweeted out today that they've returned home to America, saying yesterday Romania rightly decided it didn't have the evidence needed to hold them any longer. The truth cannot be stopped. Now, that's not exactly what happened, but I guess their lawyer's going to have a bit of bias. This thread on Twitter pointing out that it was due to pressure from the Trump administration. Articles earlier.
My bad VG. Try this link. It's the study I'm basing my extreme calorie deficit on. This extreme 3 to 4 day plan I'm doing isn't just pulled out of my ass. Lol. TVP is such a game changer.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Earlier in the week before this happened, also mentioned this. Now, none of the charges have been dropped, and they will still be summoned to court, most likely in the next few months, Whether or not they return is another question. A mayor in Romania claiming that they left due to pressure from several American billionaires, name-dropping Elon Musk. The representative of the British woman who have a case against the Tates claimed that Romania has embarrassed itself and that the UK must not do the same. I wonder if the UK news had anything to say about this.
I'm due in the summer and we're all so excited.
That is amazing. Congratulations.
Oh, well, that's Peppa Pig's mum announcing her pregnancy on daytime television. Congratulations to her. Both of the Tates haven't mentioned leaving Romania or tweeted in the last 48 hours. So who knows if...
Dude. So, the Trump administration and Elon Musk pressured Romania to release the Tate brothers so they could return to the U.S. And I'm assuming they're going to try to prevent them from getting extradited to the UK or Romania again. These people are... Like, we don't even need a criminal trial to know, like, they trafficked women and raped kids. They admitted to it. You don't even need a trial. They admitted they did it. Like, what are they doing? Time-efficient reduction of fat mass in 4 days with exercise and calorie restriction. Eight-hour walking at 45-minute arm cranking per day to induce an energy deficit of 5,000 calories per day. That is, that just seems like far too much effort to be worth it. And they lost roughly 5 pounds on this protocol, but, yeah, dude, 8 hours of walking. That's just ridiculous. Who in the fuck has time to walk for 8 hours? And like, dude, you'd get such horrible blisters on your feet. I even with good shoes. 8 hours of walking, like, your feet would be fucking wrecked. Yeah, I don't know if that's such a great idea. I wouldn't bother doing that. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
One political meme. I promise it's good.
Alright, I'll take a look.
Being with us here now with a reaction, Executive Vice President at the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr. is with us. You know, being with us here now with a reaction, Executive Vice President at the Trump Organization. Being with us here now with a reaction, Executive Vice President at the Trump Organization.
Oh, he was gonna, like, eat something?
Donald Trump Jr. is with us. You know, being with us here now with a...
He's gonna take a nicotine pill or something? I don't know. That was a little awkward. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. When did you jump on my lap? Oh my goodness. I don't even remember him coming on my lap. Oh, it's nice that you're here. I love cuddling with my kitty. Yeah. Oh, that's a sweet boy. Yeah, I love you. Oh, this is my Gum Gum here. You guys see his little Gum Gum head? Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, it's a good baby. Hey, vegan teacher, what's up? Speed Racer, donate $3. Well, this is old, I've seen
I just love how TVP, soy sauce, energy drinks, diet soda, multivitamin, B12, vegan D3, algae-based omega-3s, etc. just ticks all the boxes on chronometer for protein, fiber, vitamins, minerals, etc. Lol, I'm wanting to get closer to plus 200 pounds and I'm so close.
You have to make a reasonable assessment on what kind of effort is worth, roughly 5 pounds. So, if you can, if you can lose roughly the same or close to the same amount of weight, per week with much less effort, I would just use that strategy. Especially if you're eating practically zero carbohydrates and only protein powder, you'd probably end up losing roughly the same amount of weight. Eating more, if you're just gonna have protein shakes or something, and with a more reasonable exercise routine, you could just do some weight training. Doesn't have to be very long. 30 minutes to 30 to 45 minutes, just doing 1 or 2 sets per exercise, and then walking for 1 to 2 hours, and you'd probably lose about the same amount of weight. Might take a week as opposed to 4 days, but that is much easier, much less effort, and more sustainable than 8 hours of walking. Again, your feet and knees and back are probably gonna just feel terrible. But, thanks for the donation, Ben. Don donated $2. Oh, yeah, and thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. I've seen that old orangutan video. It's a really, really old video. Don donated $2.
Here's some Don 10 for y'all. Look at this shit.
Okay.
There is a reason images like these have been.
These kids are A+ noticing.
Was the ugly child?
That one.
Show me the dumb child.
Dumb child.
Okay, why is she the dumb child?
Because she has black skin.
Okay. Show me the bad child. Why is he the bad child?
Because he's really dark.
Show me the dumb child.
This was part of a study that was covered on the news. And it was interesting. All of these kids' parents were shocked. And what they found was if kids don't have any exposure to other ethnic groups, they'll end up making these odd color associations with people based on other cultural biases. So, you know, you'll often find like odd superstitious cultural biases, like black cats are bad luck. And if they make these sorts of, if they adopt these, you know, cultural norms like black cats are bad luck, or dark hooded figures are untrustworthy or dangerous, they'll have those same cultural biases when it comes to people with some of those matching features. Like, you know, if somebody has black skin, oh, black cat bad, somebody dressed in all black is dangerous, black person, you know, is like bad or dangerous. So they showed that it's very important in the public school system to make sure there's mixed groups of kids so that they don't adopt these racial biases. So that's what they found. It was pretty interesting.
Why is she the dumb child? Good child.
Well, thanks for the donation, Don.
Best part of this deficit I'm doing is that I'm on vacation from my work using PTO. I'll be ending it on Saturday. I don't disagree with your assessment. I want to see what I'm capable of, lol. Also,
man, what the fuck am I doing in India, nigga? This place smells so bad I can't even breathe here. I'm finna get some Indian street food and feast in this bitch.
Hello, Mr. Floyd. Come feast on this chicken tikka masala, my friend.
Man, this looks fucking delicious. Oh fuck, what did I just eat?
Ha ha ha, you stupid fuck. It was my poop, sir. Ha ha ha.
Ah, fuck, nigga, I'm gonna shit myself.
What the hell?
Man, what the fuck am
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Ben. Well, good luck with the diet.
What old orangutan video are you taking about? Are you by any chance referring to Mr. Mom Orangutan?
No, I'm talking about the video where the orangutan laughed after seeing a magic trick. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Listen to this beautiful soundtrack and Pikmin and look at the chicken thing. I don't really like the Pikmin soundtrack.
I'm on Medicare, and when Joe Biden was in there, my insulin was $6 for a 28-day supply. I just went to CVS to get my new supply. It went back up to $80, they said, because the American Recovery Act was canceled. So it went from $6 to $80. I'm on Medicare.
Yeah. Porter asked Trump whether it's his policy that China will never be able to take Taiwan.
Mr. President, you've been very clear in saying that as long as you're president, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon.
That's true.
Is it also your policy that as long as you're president, China will never take Taiwan by force?
I never comment on that. I don't comment on anything because I don't want to ever put myself in that position. And if I said it, I certainly wouldn't be saying it to you. I'd be saying it to other people, maybe people around this table, and very specific people around this table. So I don't want to put myself in that position. But I can tell you what, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I've had a great relationship with him. We want them to come in and invest. I see so many things saying that we don't want China in this country. That's not right. We want them to invest in the United States. That's good. That's a lot of money coming in, and we'll invest in China. We'll do things with China. The relationship we'll have with China will be
Some of that's a little worrying. I've been thinking about this, and I really doubt China's going to invade Taiwan, and all of their military expenditure, it doesn't seem to actually be related to a goal of invading Taiwan. It seems to be mainly focused on preventing a people's rebellion. So if they invade Taiwan, there's two possible outcomes. Even if the US isn't involved, Taiwan, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and probably some European countries are going to intervene and stop them, which they'll likely be successful because the Chinese military is an absolute joke. They may even be worse than Russia. The amount of corruption and money laundering and theft is just ridiculous, and their military is completely and utterly incompetent, and this is true of every communist military. Communist leaders deliberately try to keep their military incompetent because if they had a competent military, the military could easily coup the government. So they don't have a good military, they know it, and if they tried to invade Taiwan, they would pretty much guaranteed just be absolutely obliterated. And even if the stars aligned and they were successful, they would just get sanctioned. So no one would be able to buy any chips coming from China. They'd probably get the same kind of economic sanctions that Russia has right now, and nobody would be able to buy Chinese goods. And they'd end up just going completely and utterly fucking bankrupt, and they'd actually be super fucked because they're a massive fucking importer. So they would likely end up, like, literally starving to death. And again, when people are starving to death and get desperate, there'd probably be a people's uprising and all this shit. So what they're probably trying to prevent is just a people's uprising, which is why they're just investing in the military. It'll just make people kind of afraid of ever opposing the government because they're seeing all the shit with the military power increasing. And on top of that, it helps kind of bolster this national pride nonsense. So I don't think they're actually interested in invading Taiwan because there's not really any situation where it would benefit them. But increasing military expenditure does help prevent a revolt, which is kind of happening. There's just tons and tons of protests going on, especially in the younger generation. People are just completely checking out, not having kids, not really participating in society, staying at home with their parents and stuff, so thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Well, no wonder our country is full of Nazis since children adopt that nonch early on.
Yeah, it's not a surprise why there's so much racism. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frank had a new gay-ass video today. LLL penis my vagina hurts.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, gay-ass nigga Burgess. Or Bitchard Burgess.
Oh, you're right, you did already react to that video, but have you reacted to this one?
I don't think I've seen that one. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Thanks VG for her words of encouragement. If that peer-reviewed study wasn't published, then I would never attempt a calorie deficit this extreme. Lol, I thought that last vid was funny and I say that while looking forward to the Indian vegan buffet at the end. Lol.
I mean, if you're gonna eat a big buffet at the end, you're just gonna negate the hard work you put in. So you might be able to lose 4 or 5 pounds, but then if you eat a shit ton after, you're gonna gain 1 or 2 pounds back. So you did all that work to just lose like 2 or 3 pounds. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already landed.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
Obviously, this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk, and so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware? I didn't know anything about it. Yeah.
We live in a democratic society where it's innocent until proven guilty, and I think my brother and I are largely misunderstood. There's a lot of opinions about us, a lot of things that go around about us on the internet. We've yet.
Like, by the way, again, we don't need a criminal trial to know they're guilty. They admitted it. It really shows, like, if Elon, well, the Romanian authorities admitted to this. Elon Musk, in particular, along with the Trump administration, put pressure on Romania to let them travel to the U.S. Like, again, this is supposedly the people who are against, pedophiles, and they're against groomers, and here they are being buddies and doing favors for 2 dudes who admittedly raped kids and trafficked women.
Yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever. We have no criminal record anywhere on the planet ever. Our case was dismissed on the 19th of December in.
He admitted to selling drugs, working for the mafia, money laundering, sex trafficking, raping a kid. He admitted to this. It came out of his own mouth. What does it matter? Like, if I told you, I'm a serial killer and I've killed 7 homeless people just for fun. Do you need a criminal trial to know that I'm a serial killer? Like, I mean, it's just stupid.
Trump endorses House nigger Byron Donalds to replace DeSantis as Florida governor. Greater than gets rape brothers travel ban lifted. More than rape brothers promptly fly to Florida and are ejected by Ron, and even MAGA is torn. Bad day.
Oh, this is so retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard. Andrew and Tristan Tate are already American citizens, so they don't need the whole Trump gold card thing. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Romania under the Biden administration. And our prosecutor recently decided, because we have no active indictment in court, to let us go and return. This is a democratic society. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty.
So that's a lie. We know what happened.
My brother and I are. And I think it's extremely important that we stop allowing media spin, wrap-up smears, lies, or carefully constructed narratives from George Soros-funded operations trying to destroy the reputations of good people.
I do know our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media that this was something that was happening.
And they're just disgusted, dismayed, distraught. They don't understand how this could happen. Why would the so-called most powerful man in the world intervene on the behalf of one of the world's worst and most prolific alleged sex traffickers and rapists? They now feel that they've been completely abandoned and that Tates will never see a criminal prosecution. I know the Trump administration has been involved, and given the power that Trump wields over his administration, one must think that it's come with his blessing. I don't know what the leverage that the Trump administration has used on Romania to bring this about, but we do know that there has been pressure placed on the Romanians, that they have been coerced into doing this. It has no impact on the civil proceedings being brought by our clients. That will go ahead. The big question now is, will they face justice in the UK? There is a treaty between the UK and US for extradition, but whether the Trump administration will honour that in the case of the Tates.
Yeah, again, Republicans are against pedophiles and groomers. Oh, okay, they're doing favors for pedophiles and groomers.
Of course the Tate brothers are Americans, almost as if being born in the US means you're a citizen, for any of the dummies wondering.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
We should send Andrew Tate to the mountains of Uganda and Rwanda to have his skull bashed in by mountain gorillas.
I would not be opposed to that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Description of hell, donate $2. Let me see. I think all men are idiots, including my husband. Okay, I'll react to that in a minute. Have you heard of this description of hell?
For hell? Yeah. It's, a room full of mirrors. One of which is a door, but you have to struggle to find it, and ultimately you will. But I mean, I don't think of hell as well. I mean, I very much a Bulgakovian. Heaven and hell are in the heart and are in God. There are as many hells and heavens as there are rational beings, and in ascent into God, and that hell is the residue, is the ultimately ever diminishing residue of the nothingness from which we came and to which we cannot return.
None of that made any sense. No, I've not heard of that description of hell. Mentally retarded child molester at 15 years old. That's kind of you.
You just gonna have unprotected sex with a 13-year-old boy, and you know you're a dirty rat bastard.
Hey, now we're telling the truth. When did you rape that 15-year-old kid?
Hey, speak it up.
Shut the fuck up. Look right here and tell the truth. When
It
did
was
you rape
last
that?
month.
You raped that kid last month?
Yes.
The same kid?
No.
Where'd you meet him at?
He was at a hotel I was staying at.
How'd you see him?
How'd you get him?
He was in the hallway.
And what happened?
I started talking to him.
How old was he?
15.
Well, did he tell you he wanted to have sex with you?
Yeah.
How do you know he was 15?
Because he told me. He told me that's the truth.
You was gonna have unprotected.
Yeah, you know, I think people like this should just stay in jail, like, indefinitely. Thanks for the donation description of hell.
Tell me more about that. I think men are more
and more positive. How can I see men more positively?
Oh, man. Tell me more about that. I think men are pretty great. But
yeah.
I'm kind of biased too, though. So
this is true. Well, I have been married for the past 7 years. My husband and I have been together for 10 almost. We've got 2 little boys, a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, and we want to raise them to be good, godly men. But neither one of us really have had very strong male influences in our life. My dad is still around, but he is not like emotionally there. And when I was younger, he had made some kind of comment when we were on vacation. I think I have Asperger's. I was like, okay, all right. And that was that. I mean, he's a brilliant man, just not emotionally there. My husband's dad died right before we got married.
By the way, that's code for he doesn't validate my stupid emotional nonsense, and he's just a very stoic, in-control person. That's what that's code for.
And we don't have very many people in our lives that we can look up to. So I'm trying to see how to view men more positively when the ones around me are just either wimpy or lost puppies or...
Folded, donate $2. I knew this fucking simpleton would fold. What an absolute scammer, promoting veganism and the Dr. Sebi diet, then switches carnivore.
Bro, look at this meal.
Well, who cares? Who cares, dude? Idiots be idiots. Like, we all know ex-vegans are just all retarded, attention-seeking jackasses, so whatever. What's the point in, you know, getting upset about it? Idiots are gonna be idiots, just ignore them. They want the attention, that's why they post to social media, so just ignore them. Thanks for the donation, Folded.
Harsh. It's hard to see men more positively or even look out for people that we can look up to. If that makes sense.
So, this woman is a fucking dumbass bitch. So she's claiming, oh, I think my husband is stupid. He's not a positive male role model. Oh, he's like a lost puppy. Then why are you with him? Why did you have multiple kids with him? Like, what does it say about you when you claim, oh, all men are idiots. Oh, they're all stupid, not emotionally there. They're lost puppies, this and that. Why are you marrying them? Why are you having kids with them? Like, it says something about you when you're willing to keep that kind of company. So are you a dumbass? Are you retarded? Like,
any sense?
yeah, totally.
Doesn't make sense.
Are you married to a good man?
He is. He's a very good man.
So do you not look at him favorably?
I wouldn't say unfavorably, but I don't think he's an amazing provider. And a lot of that's because, you know, what he wants in life. We're both involved in ministry, so we know that, like, financially, things weren't always going to be amazing.
All men are idiots. By the way, I believe in a magical Jew that walked on water and resurrected the dead and sacrificed himself to himself to make up for sins he created. all men are idiots, but I believe in the adult version of Santa Claus.
But it's like he'll say he's going to do something, and then it falls through. Like he's been looking at other jobs, but he won't apply for them, and he says that he will. Or it's just the follow through is not really there.
So,
but otherwise,
well,
he's an
let me
amazing
say,
man.
sometimes overgeneralizations are true. They just are. Sometimes overgeneralizations, stereotypes, whatever you want to call it, they protect us from having to deal with the reality in our own house or in our own neighborhood or in our own families. And so I guess what I would tell you is there are men who are idiots.
Yes.
And there are millions and millions of men who grind every single day to do the best they can with the tools they got.
Yeah.
Right? And so what I hear is two different things. Number one, so let's pretend your dad does have, he's high functioning autistic. You said he's brilliant.
He is.
You said he was a provider. So, but he wasn't as emotionally available as you would have liked him to be.
Right.
So what I'm not going to do as an adult with my own kids is choose to hold one of my parents responsible for a potential special need.
Right.
Right. Or when it comes to, I don't know, a dad passing away. I'm not going to assume negative about that guy. He died, right?
Right.
And then I've got to, it's easy to go, oh man, I don't respect him, I don't like him, whatever. It's harder to say, my husband is not a person of character.
Right.
That's a much harder thing to say. It's harder to say, to dig into the nuance of my dad, which is he was really good at some things and awful at some other things. Both are true, right? So it sounds like you got two things going on. One,
you know, by the way, you notice she said, my husband isn't a good provider. She never mentioned she makes more money than him. So it's a little funny how she didn't add in that detail where, oh, he's not a good provider, I'm making most of the money. Like, never said that. So I'm curious if she is not working or working very little, not even making any more money or being more productive than her husband, while claiming, I don't respect men, my husband isn't a good provider. Like, if she's not making more money than him, what place does she have to claim he's not a good provider when she's not even more productive?
and you don't like the situation that you don't like the life that you're living. Or you might like parts of it, but you thought it was going to feel different. And so it's easy to point your finger out at the world and I'm just going to find this group. The other side of that is you got to be really radically honest with your husband or about your feelings and the reality that you find yourself with the man you married. Tell me about him.
He is an amazing dad.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting emotional.
That's okay. Well, take a breath. I said a lot to you. Am I out to lunch?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't think you're out to lunch. I think you're on the right track. It just felt like you had mentioned it. I thought things were going to look differently. I thought our boys were going to have grandfathers to look up to and have pillars of strength and integrity to look up to. And my husband does an amazing job doing that. But there's some things that he won't be able to teach them, which sounds silly, but
like what?
He's just hard, like how to build something, or it seems really silly, but I want them to know how to be well-rounded individuals and be able to fix a tractor, as ridiculous as it sounds, or fix something electrical. And my husband, love him to death, and he's very smart, but not handy, I guess would be the word.
She doesn't respect her husband because he's not mechanically inclined and can't fix a tractor? Can you fix a tractor? Like, What in the fuck? This chick is just insane.
If I wasn't given this opportunity to be off from work for about a whole week while using PTO, I'd never do this extremely aggressive calorie deficit. It's impractical and my job demands some physical labor, and I was doing a 40% deficit and that was manageable.
I mean, again, if your plan is to just stuff your face and eat a big buffet afterwards, your rate of weight loss is going to be either the same or it's going to be less than what you'd have on your like normal 40% deficit. So I don't see what you're really gaining out of that. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
Okay. So the grief that you're putting out into the world is yours.
Yeah.
And the grief, you keep telling yourself a story. And that story is, he's so amazing, he's so amazing, he's so amazing. Yet at the same time, you're telling yourself another story, which is, he will never teach my boys to be the men I want them to be.
Right.
And those two stories can't compete.
Right.
You're making yourself bananas, right? Like you're trying to spin the record both directions, and it just sounds like noise.
This woman is just a crazy bitch, clearly. Like, no wonder she claims, oh, her dad wasn't emotionally there. Her head is just filled with nonsense.
Mm-hmm. So do I lean more into this is what he can do for them? They're going to be amazing because he can do this.
Well, I just reject that he can't.
Okay.
The first time I ever went deer hunting I was in my 30s.
Oh, so this guy's a retarded, jackass, murdering piece of shit.
And it's because my father-in-law berated me into it. Mm-hmm. And it's become my singular obsessive passion over the last 15 years. I watched my dad fix stuff growing up because we had no money. He had to.
Yeah.
And this weekend, as I was building garden beds by myself, I grew up in the suburbs, dude, outside of a major city. As I was building garden beds for our property outside of town in the woods, this weekend, I was thinking, like I've come a long way. And by the way, I had my headphones on and I was listening to an audiobook of a nerdy science book about marriage. Yeah. So both things are true. You've told yourself a story that your husband can't. And that's easier than dealing with the truth is that he won't.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you respect him.
Yes.
Dude, if this guy ever hears her talk this way about him, he should get a divorce. This chick is a cancerous asshole.
If I'm honest, sometimes I do struggle with that.
Okay, tell me about that. Don't put this onto the boys. The boys can learn whatever you want to sign them up for.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, just the follow through on things. I feel like I was talking to him about it this last weekend. Like I feel like I've been let down in a lot of different ways. And
be specific about a lot of different ways. That feeling becomes a lot. Be specific.
Mm-hmm.
Are you frustrated with your financial situation? Are you frustrated with you thought you wanted to do ministry and live in rural Mississippi and you hate it there? Did you think he was going to be a guy who exercised, knew how to fix, like, did you think just men just knew how to do some stuff and he doesn't know how to do that stuff? Like, what will be specific?
So, for instance, he's been looking at different jobs,
Mm-hmm.
and he says he's been looking and looking and looking, but he's never actually created a profile on Indeed or looked and actually applied to anything. He's just word of mouth. Or like for my birthday years ago, I had told him that I wanted to build cabinets above our washer and dryer. And he said it was going to happen. He was going to do it. He promised it's going to happen. And it's been 3 or 4 years that hasn't happened.
Okay.
Just things like that with the follow through just isn't there. And I don't want to be promised something if you're not going to be able to follow through.
What's a deeper thing? This is
Okay, well, we get the idea. What an idiot.
And right now we're going to go out to Fort Lauderdale International Airport, where the Tate brothers are just leaving the airport, we understand. Maybe we'll listen in and see if
We have no active indictment in court to let us go and return. This is a democratic society.
Donald Trump.
Hold on, everybody.
All right, our Rosh Lowe out there, he gave us a live report at the top of the hour. As you can see, live proof right arrived. Rosh, what can you tell us that they have said to you? What have you heard? And we see a lot of people out there right now, Rosh.
Well, Andrew, hold on one second here. Can you take the camera?
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me turn the camera around so I can actually talk to you. Here we go. So, Andrew Tate just came out. What was very interesting is that he actually spoke. We didn't know if he would speak, and there were a lot of questions about why he is here in South Florida in the first place. I tried to ask him a question about President Trump. He didn't answer that as he was walking out, and the issue there is that there was a travel restriction on both of the Tates because of the allegations of human trafficking. Somehow, those travel restrictions were lifted, and they chose to come to South Florida. Why did they choose to come to South Florida? We don't quite know that, but as Andrew Tate came out, and I don't know if we can, hopefully we'll get you a soundbite of his before the end of the show, he basically said, innocent until proven guilty. He went on his whole spiel. Now, the thing about the Tate brothers is they're extremely influential, millions of followers online, extremely controversial as well. There's two big questions with this story. Number one.
Luckily, I won't have to worry about gaining fat too quickly with a visit at the vegan Indian buffet due to it being high in fiber, protein, water, and research suggests that it seems to be hard to gain body fat from overeating in one day unless it's fat calories.
I don't know about that. So, if you overeat, you're gonna gain roughly what you'd expect to gain just based on, the energy model of weight loss or weight gain. So if you overeat 3,500 calories, you will gain roughly a pound of body fat. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. I have a nice kitty here. Yeah, you're a nice kitty.
How were those travel restrictions lifted? Why were they lifted? Number two, why did they come to South Florida? Now, we did hear from Governor DeSantis. He says that he had no idea that they were even coming. He found out from the media, but you could see the attention here inside of this airport when the Tate brothers arrived. It was just a scrum there. But Andrew Tate did come out. Tristan didn't talk. Andrew did come out, gave a statement basically saying, innocent until proven guilty. Wanted to bring that to you live, and we did. Back to you.
Yeah, that is some retarded horseshit.
Coach Greg, and I'm...
Frank Tufano meant bagels, pizzas, and burgers, day of eating. So this is going to be quite stupid and boring, I'm assuming.
Alright, guys. I did want to apologize for not really posting as much as I should be, and most of you know I don't really want to do YouTube or anything to do with the camera anymore. But until this doctor writes me a check for a few $100 million, I have a lot of people that depend on me, whether it's my employees directly, other distributors and businesses that I work with, as well as all these Amish farmers. A lot of Amish families depend on me for income. So if I don't do these day of eating videos and show you guys the new stuff and promote everything, then my sales don't do as well, and it really compromises the business, because with everything that's been going on, all the legal harassment, all the chargebacks, it's week to week. If 1 week doesn't go well, then I'm in a really bad spot. So we got a lot of different things to show you guys, at least in the day of eating, and also with the next vlog that I do. I did film a vlog, but my camera was muted, so I had just to throw out all the footage. Here we have, it's an energy drink. It's basically my version of Red Bull. We should be able to have it launched in 1 or 2 weeks. depending on whether I can get a carbonator or if we just have to use the carbonation that's in these sparkling bottles. But it's basically a natural source of caffeine, sugar, B vitamins, everything that goes into an energy drink. This is an organic version of it that is made with high quality filtered water and glass. So really, really special product. Nothing else like it on the market. And then I have my organ supplements, bovine powders. I actually mix them in this bowl. Normally you guys see me take them like this, each one individually, but I thought it'd be easier because I take specific ones every day, like the male virility and the third eye mainly. So I mixed those two together, and then I also added a little bit of adrenal and thyroid. So I kind of made my own ratio of powders. So I can just take like 1 scoop of this in the morning instead of like half a scoop of 3 or 4 different powders. This is the natural probiotic. I'm going to put a little bit of this in the energy drink. So normally, as soon as I wake up, like I'm not hungry, instead of hydrating and doing this this powder, I've been trying the energy drink on and off just for kind of like product testing. So just woke up now, hydrated a little bit. I'm going to have this energy drink and this powder. Sometimes I'll go to work for a few hours, or I'll just stay home for an hour or two, do some stuff on the computer, and then I'll have my my breakfast that we will be showing you guys. So this is a little bit of honey with mostly glucose, so it's really easy on the body, easy on the liver.
Okay, so explain why this study found that when male subjects consumed 50% more calories above maintenance for 2 weeks, they only gained 3 pounds of fat. I don't expect to gain a lot of body fat from the buffet ho.
Well, this is only over 14 days, and again, the differences are pretty minuscule, and you'd expect the differences to become smaller over time. So it's again, it even states in the abstract, like, pretty much they gained about as much weight as you'd expect with, just a standard energy model. So that doesn't suggest you won't gain weight from overeating. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo, donate $2. What are you gaming later? Life is Strange, also Kid Buu, or whichever incel sent this. Can you find more like it? And Richard can watch again. Watch to end.
Not cook for my husband. I only cook for my children.
Yeah, I've seen that already. I don't know. I don't know what game we'd play. Might try to finish Spider-Man, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Absorbs very quickly. Small amount of B vitamins in the proper ratio. There's a little bit of collagen.
Thoughts, donate $2. Let me see. I doubt the founders would envision this as a good interpretation of the Second Amendment. Is it because he's black? Or because it's a kid with a rifle? I'm assuming it's because he's black and these people are just racist. What in the fuck? I did not get married, but I did have a wedding-themed birthday in Stockholm this summer. It was goofy and silly and fun. We had a bachelor party, rehearsal dinner, ceremony, reception. Yeah, I remember she, got nearly $250,000 for nothing. Feminists are very stupid to give that woman money. I'm so tired all the time, I want to die. Jamaican patois. Me so tired all the time, me wanna dead. Okay. Thanks for the donation thoughts.
Slipping on promethazine. With lean I fell in love. I can't put down the cup. 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 I can't put down the.
Alright, maybe you want to go into rehab. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford.
Collagen in here as well, just for some more amino acids and protein. We have a few different like high anti-scorbutic stuff like lemon juice and acerola cherry, and then like a few secret things here and there to make it taste like Red Bull, as well as a natural source of caffeine. So there's a few natural sources of caffeine in nature. This is 200 milligrams of caffeine for the whole bottle. We're probably just going to drink about half of it, but because it has a pretty significant sugar content, I did match.
Okay, what about this study which found that men who ate 40% more calories above maintenance, 1,200 to 1,500 kilocalories above maintenance goals, each day for 8 weeks and gained about 9 pounds of body fat?
So let's just assume they're consuming 3,500 divided by 1,350. So every 2.5 days, they would. Or wait. Yeah, every 2.5 days, they'd gain. Yeah, every 2.5 days, they'd be expected to gain a pound. Wait. So that's a 9,450 surplus per week. By 35. It's 2.7 pounds per week times 8. And it's about half as much. I think I did the math right. Who cares? says 40%, 40% above maintenance. Whatever, dude. Where does it say how much they're actually eating? I don't know if this would even... Because it just says 40% energy surplus, so... Yeah, no. They didn't gain 9 pounds. They gained about... Yeah, they gained about 8... Yeah, like 7.5, 8 kilograms. So this wasn't in pounds, this was in kilograms, so that almost fits perfectly to what you'd expect, you know, with energy model of weight gain. Like, they did gain fat-free mass. All that really means is they're just storing more water. But whatever. And they were... Did they measure with an MRI and DEXA? Why would they use DEXA if they have MRI imaging? I don't know. I'm not going to bother wasting my time. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
What do you think would be the best way to reduce the US debt? Do you think it'll ever be paid off?
Tax the rich. And it gets paid off. It has to be paid off every year. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Family donated $2. Let me see.
It's called the nuclear family for a reason.
Don't care.
I had an argument with...
Don't care.
I personally struggled.
Don't care.
Indeed. Veritas says, Lila, the...
Don't care. Don't care. Thanks for the donation, family.
Or what about this study which found that when subjects are 6,000 calories above their maintenance calories in one day, they only gained about 2 pounds of body fat? I'll be fine with eating vegan Indian food soon, smile.
That perfectly, or almost perfectly, matches the energy model of weight gain. It requires a 3,500 calorie surplus to gain 1 pound of fat, so... If they gain 2 pounds of body fat, eating 6,000 calories, that would actually mean they gained more body fat than would be expected. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
What was in Red Bull? It's like 35, 40 grams of sugar. I just want to put a little bit of this probiotic powder in there, maybe half a scoop, just to make sure that I don't get any dysbiosis or don't have any issues. Now, this probiotic powder could not actually be put into the energy drink because this is kind of like non-perishable and it can sit, but you know, the probiotic with all the sugars in there, who knows what will happen to it over the course of like a few days or a few weeks in there. And this can go in and out of the fridge, whereas the probiotic powder has to stay in the fridge. So I just put a little bit of the probiotic in there and shook it up. I think I got really close to the flavor of Red Bull. With the cane sugar, it was a little closer, but I figured you guys would prefer honey and glucose as a healthier option. And the carbonation isn't really high enough. But once those two things are sorted out, it's basically going to be Red Bull. The only thing I can't replicate is it has this like really sharp bite to it because they add baking soda and citric acid, which I don't really want to put in here. So I'll take half a scoop of the male virility and third eye powder. This is probably the most important thing I take all day. This is for focus and energy. If I don't take it, I really do
That does absolutely nothing.
notice, especially mentally. I mean, I don't really need a boost in the morning. You know, my day goes fine. Just drink a lot of water when I wake up and do a little exercise in the morning. But I was looking into like espresso and stuff and getting a nice machine and maybe trying some organic espresso. And then I saw the energy drinks and what was in those. And I figured that was a much easier formula. And I kind of like energy drinks more than coffee and stuff. So these are really the main things that wake you up and give you energy. Vitamin C, B vitamins, caffeine, glucose, sugar. So yeah, that's something to look forward to in a few weeks for you guys. But I'll be back in a little bit for breakfast. So ever since we started Pure Sourdough, I've been having a bagel for breakfast every single day. And these are so delicious that you don't even need to put anything on them. Today I have just a cinnamon raisin bagel. I put a little bit of coconut oil in the pan with some salt, toasted them up just to add extra flavor. The past few days I was actually having either a plain bagel or an everything bagel with some Iberico ham on it, which is just phenomenal. I just forgot to bring some ham home last night, so I'm just having the plain cinnamon raisin bagel. So super, super delicious. I'm really happy to offer it. And yeah, it's not only a delicious breakfast, it's super healthy, high quality, because we have the best organic flour and mineral water in the bagel, and then you have literally the highest quality, most famous ham in the world, the Iberico ham, and you could even put a little bit of butter on that. It's really, really delicious. I might show that in the next day of eating, but today, as I said, because I forgot the ham, we just have the plain cinnamon raisin bagel. We have organic honey crisp apple on the side. For supplements, we have the
Can I please have your personal phone number so we can play Call of Duty together? Can I add you on your personal Facebook so we can play COD? Do you play COD with subs? Discord me your address so we can play COD in person or online.
No. You can add me on Steam, but I'm not giving you my personal number or adding you on my personal Facebook. Thanks for the donation, faggot, for Richard.
probiotic that I take with every meal. We're doing molybdenum and zinc. Normally, I would also have some B vitamins and some vitamin C for breakfast, but because we had that energy drink, we don't have to. The energy drink has B vitamins and vitamin C in it, so that would be overkill to have it with breakfast as well. I was thinking of taking some K2 and calcium, but I might just do that tomorrow, trying to figure out some nutrient balance stuff. So this is really just a lot of starch to facilitate the liver detox and give my body something to soak the toxic bile into. So we're going to have the bagel, halfway through the meal, have the supplements, then have the apple, and then we'll wash everything down with some masticum and some activated charcoal. Here I actually have some of the organic white chocolate chip cookies that we also have on Pure Sourdough. Sometimes I have these at the end of my breakfast, but it's really overkill. Like it's just too much food in the morning, and I do get a little sluggish if I overeat that much. They are hyper palatable, and after eating 2 bagels and an apple, you shouldn't have half a box of cookies. That's kind of common sense from an overeating perspective. Oh, you know what? I forgot to sprinkle a little sugar on it. Cinnamon raisin bagels, guys, they don't actually have sugar in them. It's just cinnamon and raisin flavors it. Still really delicious plain. Yeah, I just did a little work on my computer. I had to take some phone calls.
Remember only a few years ago he said sugar is gonna kill you and shit, and now he just adds sugar to like everything he eats, like processed granulated sugar.
That energy drink has me kind of jittery. It's definitely better used for some physical activity that doesn't require too much focus. That's really what the energy drink is for. Like, yeah, you could take an energy drink and then sit down at your computer, but not ideal. So I'm going to finish this bagel, have my apple and everything. Showed you guys everything for breakfast, so I'll see you guys for lunch. So normally for lunch we do a few ounces of protein, and then I have my loaf of sourdough.
I forgot to mention that the last study I referenced with the 6,000 calorie surplus above maintenance in one day was purely from fat. No carbs and protein in that surplus, and vegan Indian food at a buffet is protein, fiber, water, etc., not just fat and carbs, lol.
Well, Indian food tends to be pretty fatty and oily. And especially traditional Indian food, they use a lot of butter and processed dairy in their cooking. But, You know, whatever. You're an adult. You can do whatever you want. I would say if you want to lose weight very rapidly, you should not be having like big cheat days regularly. Doesn't make any sense because you're just reducing the amount of progress you're making. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Hope you doing okay, Richard. Got any advice when desire to live is low?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. You gotta learn to, ignore and eliminate weak thoughts and, just train yourself to think positively and live in the moment. Like, again, if you're still alive, there has to be a lot going well for you to even be able to exist. So, I think a lot of people end up having those thoughts when they start overthinking and thinking about, you know, possible negative futures. But when you really think about it, if you have a roof over your head, enough food to eat, and you have some modern luxuries like, you know, computer, Netflix, stuff like that, there's a lot going well for you. So just learn to chill, live in the moment, and rather than thinking of possible negative futures, think of possible positive futures. Thanks for the donation, Sprained Ankle. Hope that helps.
That I dip into the white bean hummus. I want to do a little something different just to show you guys the occasional variety that I do have. So we brought home a few goodies from Frankie's Strange Meat. We got a sourdough pizza crust. These are par-baked, so they're kind of just ready to put your toppings on, which are going to be prosciutto, artichokes, and we got some of the white tomato sauce here in the fridge that will put on there as well. So that we'll put on there as well. So we'll have basically a minimally inflammatory pizza with all the highest quality ingredients. It's going to be really delicious. I think it's going to turn out really well. I brought home some more everything bagels for breakfast.
Honest Assessment donated $2. This trans woman claims that she has never been clocked in public and that she passes as a woman. Can you assess her honestly?
If we could,
What is this?
you know, even in how I would love one more sub tonight. I think that would be cool because for some reason today either people's accounts got taken away or something. We lost 4 subs, which is okay because I found a pretty cool rule that seems to happen on my channel is if we lose 1 person, we usually gain 2 more. I don't know why. It's just been.
If I saw her in public, I'd likely think she's trans without knowing beforehand. Like, I mean, I've seen women, like cis women, who are more masculine than she is, but I'd probably still be suspicious that she's trans, but kind of passes for an old lady. But yeah, with the deeper voice and stuff, I'd probably think she's trans. Thanks for the donation, dude. Eating green seedless grapes while watching the stream. How are you tonight, Richard? How was your day? You know, I'm just chilling. I replaced the brakes on my sidecar. Aside from the sidecar side brake, the brake pads I ordered fit for the rear and the front. But annoyingly, the sidecar brake, the pads are too thick to fit over the rotor. And I was trying to force them on, and I just couldn't get them on, so The pads on the sidecar side aren't worn down. They still have plenty of material left, so I just ended up leaving those brakes on. So that was kind of annoying. I spent too much time trying to fit those on. But, you know, I just basically relaxed, changed the brake on my sidecar, had a nap with Gummy, and now I'm here. I did get some nice cotton candy grapes. I ate those. It's very hard for me to eat. I've been losing weight pretty rapidly because it's very difficult for me to eat anything, and I tried eating a bit more today because I've been fainting and shit. So yeah, I got some grapes, but I ended up skipping my like evening meal because the grapes were so fucking filling. So I don't know. I'll try eating again after stream, but it's really hard to fucking eat anything. Thanks for the donation, honest assessment.
I thought I grabbed hamburger buns for dinner. That's not good. I would have swore I grabbed both.
Yeah, I like avocados. Avocados are good.
Alright, let me go check my car. You guys gonna make me drive back to work to get some fucking hamburger buns? I might have to. I'm like 100% sure I grabbed both. Unless they fell out when I was bringing them to my car. Because I know I had to grab both bagels and rolls. I think I dropped them on the table at work before I left. Because like the box fell over, it must have fell out. So what we'll do is I'll have my lunch and then I'll rest for a little bit and I'll drive back to work to go get the hamburger buns. I haven't been this excited for a meal in a long time. I was excited for that shrimp carbonara like a few weeks ago, but this is actually like, I'm legitimately happy I'm going to get to have something different like this. A little more work than I'm used to doing for a meal, but super, super amazing. Sourdough crust, white tomato sauce, organic marinated artichokes.
Yeah, this would taste like shit.
A little bit of Frankie's steak sauce drizzled all around for some umami, really complex flavors. And then we got the San Daniel prosciutto on.
Yes, jackass, I know you have to compress the piston. I changed my own brakes. I've owned motorcycles for what? Like, I think I got my license like 6 or 7 years ago? I know you have to compress the fucking piston. I did that, jackass. Dodo donated $2. What did you have for dinner? I made chili with lentils, as you call them, and chickpeas and rice also. Start downloading Life is Strange. Even if the game sucks, it'll be fun to watch, because you are funny, don't dodge. Don't know if we'll be playing Life is Strange tonight, but, I didn't really have dinner. Again, I tried to eat a little bit more today because I've been fainting from barely eating, and so I got some cotton candy grapes from the store, and I ate the grapes, but then I was just way too full to eat anything else, so I think it just ended up being a wash. I didn't really eat more than I normally do. But, yeah, I didn't really have dinner. I tried eating the grapes and then having dinner, but I couldn't. I just ate the grapes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
On top, same supplements for breakfast, probiotic, molybdenum, zinc, but we're also adding a macronutrient enzymes because I'm going to stuff my face. We got the apple for dessert, masticum charcoal to wash it down. We're also going to have some apple pie. We got some water as usual. I drink the Fuji, but I do want to show you guys, this is actually the bottle that the energy drink might be coming in. And I also wanted to show you guys, despite eating like 2 pounds of bread a day, I'm still pretty lean. Like, for eating bagels for breakfast, for eating pizza or bread for lunch, and then you guys will see me have an apple pie and All-Stars for dinner. It's not bad. I eat as much of whatever I want, and since it's all really high quality and I know what I'm doing from a liver health perspective, I'm still in shape. I still stay lean. I haven't had pizza in God knows how many years. Crust could use a little work, but sourdough pizza crust, you don't have to make yourself. I think instead of bar baking it, we can just cook it all the way. Super, super delicious, guys. You could really pile the prosciutto on here. I thought I put too much, but you could put a lot on here. So the prosciutto and the bread is on the meat website, and then we got the white tomato sauce and the artichokes on the foods website. The Frankie steak sauce is also on the meat website. So
No, I'm not purposefully starving myself. I don't know what the fuck happened, but a few weeks ago, I couldn't sleep, and I had a massive, massive reduction in appetite. I can finally sleep again. My sleep's returned to normal, but my appetite is still, like, near zero. So, yeah, I have no idea, and it's making me have really low energy. I'm still training and everything, but I can tell, like, I'm kind of suppressed. I'm not as energetic, and I'm losing weight from it too, and pretty quickly. So, I don't know. I'm not taking Ozempic or anything. I'm not doing anything different. I just suddenly had a massive reduction in appetite. And I've also had consistent, unending pain in my left testicle. So I went to the doctor. And he looked at my testicle, said nothing seems to be wrong, but he didn't really give me any advice on what could be causing the sleep or lack of appetite, so I don't know. It's super annoying.
I'm gonna sit down, guys, enjoy my dinner, and I'll bring you guys back out for dessert. It's like 8 p.m., and I haven't eaten all day since that breakfast. I thought I was gonna crush this pizza, but, like, I am stuffed. It's so filling. All right, guys, pizza was super delicious. That's definitely going on my menu if I ever have the restaurant. But apple pie a day keeps the doctor away. In this case, quarter apple pie. I'd probably eat the whole.
Yeah, dude, nicotine is not going to make you have zero appetite. If it did, then people would be taking nicotine lozenges and not Ozempic. This makes no sense. I've been taking nicotine for a couple years now, and it's never done this, so it's not nicotine.
The whole thing if I could, but this is usually my limit. After I eat a full meal and have an apple, usually about a quarter of an apple pie gets me completely stuffed. This is my recipe, made by a local Amish family. Can't do everything myself, guys. I don't have enough time. Very delicious. And what makes this apple pie so special is that it is egg and dairy free. All of our products on pure sourdough, no eggs, no dairy.
I can't wait to go to this Indian restaurant to reward myself after the unnecessary and extreme amount of suffering that I'm enduring while at the same time telling you this and paying you money, lol.
Well, that does look good. Last time I ate at a buffet, I got pretty sick. I don't know if I just got germs or something. Buffets kind of gross me out. Like, food being out in the open with people who, like, just touch things with their dirty hands, I'm very hesitant to eat at a buffet. But that food does look good. I do love Indian food. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Yeah, I should get blood work done, but I don't expect them to find anything. I've never had like, no matter what, I've never had any problems come up with my blood work. I remember the last bodybuilding show I did, like, I got fucking ridiculously lean. You know, like, I was around, 5-6-ish% body fat, ridiculously fucking lean. And I was starving myself. The last few weeks of the show, I was eating 1,200 calories a day, but I was doing, I think an hour, 45 minutes of walking on top of about an hour, 30 minutes of weight training per day. And I would do 2 weight training sessions and then hour 45 minutes of very steep incline walking. And I got my blood work after the competition. Nothing, no deficiencies. Said blood work was normal, and I felt like absolute fucking shit too. So I'll probably get blood work done soon, but I don't expect them to find anything.
So everything is super hypoallergenic. I spent a lot of time coming up with these recipes and experimenting, and I'm really happy we have a special product that, regardless of your dietary restrictions or your health, you can eat them and feel good and sleep well and not have to worry about getting sick. You guys can see why I took the macronutrient enzyme, ate a whole pizza, and now a quarter apple pie. So definitely need a little help with digestion. So on the drop-down arrow, on the pure sourdough product, on Frankie's Strange Meat, there's a lot of stuff. There's like 20 things. But at the bottom of the list, you'll see apple pie, berry pie, chocolate chip cookies, white and dark, and then some donuts too. Got to make the icing for the donuts to send out with them. These are the donut holes. The rest of the donuts are shaped like actual donuts, and I thought these weren't going to be that good because like fried food doesn't stay well. And even though the texture isn't perfect, these are so delicious. They're like beignets, and ever since I started my liver detox diet, I have dreamed about a fried beignet, but I've never had them because usually you have to put milk in them. So these are going to come with icing, and these are also super, super delicious as a dessert. I like having these for breakfast sometimes too, but I can only eat so many pastries without feeling like I need to fall asleep. But really, really special stuff, guys. I'm happy to have it. Hopefully you guys can support us and the Amish family can continue making this stuff because it's really, really special. And finally coming out with these products and being able to make them is what's keeping me going. We still have a few things I'd really like to do in the coming future, but seems like it's just taking a little more time than I wanted. Oh, the first time I had this, I took some vanilla ice cream, even though I don't have dairy that often. And anyone that knows that has had vanilla ice cream with apple pie, it's insane. Like, this apple pie is already palatable enough. I eat like a quarter of it. Putting ice cream with this, bad idea. You eat the whole freaking pie and a pint of ice cream. You have candida overgrowth for like 3 days. But it's really, really delicious and healthy for you. And if I didn't have liver issues.
Reviewing my vitamin regime, what vitamins do you take? I take multivitamin, B12, and vitamin D.
I'd be able to have the ice cream, but hopefully very soon with your guys' support, we might have some hypoallergenic milk soon. Trying to make it, but that's at least a few months away. This pie is like $16. I think it's worth double, to be fair. And I might not actually be making money on it. I might not be charging enough because I haven't done the math. So end of the meal, 1 charcoal capsule, about half a teaspoon of Maxicum. I'm debating on driving to work and getting those hamburger buns, or just making a burger with the everything bagels, which would probably taste better, to be honest, because those everything bagels are phenomenal. We use freshly caramelized onion and garlic in those bagels, and guys, they smell so good. Like, my whole building smells like them for like 2 days. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. If you guys haven't tried those everything bagels, you should definitely.
Oh, I have some good news, by the way. I actually found my 360 camera. So I might be able to film some vlogs soon.
Definitely get them. A really, really special product. But I'll see you guys for dinner. Guess let's drive back to the warehouse. Oh, the only reason I don't like driving at night is because there's so many deer where I live. I got in a car accident a month and a half ago. Crashed my car driving out to the Amish. Finally got a new car. Nicest car I've ever had in my life. Older BMW, still not that nice, but nice for me. Less than a week, after having the car, I hit a deer. First time in my life I've ever hit a deer. Ruined the whole front of the car because the car's like plastic, even though I hit it going.
We know he has financial issues. One, why would he get a old BMW? Two, why the fuck would he have gotten that Lexus at the dealership if he already has a car? This guy is just retarded.
Going 35, and now I'm back in rental. So, go figure. So most days I've only been eating twice per day, and my schedule's really messed up. But I wanted to show you guys 3 meals. Although what normally happens is like I'll wake up, work for a few hours, eat breakfast, go to work. Then when I get home, I'll have lunch, and then I'll do a little more work, and then I'll usually fall asleep until the next day. So, like I used to have 3 meals, but now it's just been 2. Breakfast, and then I eat when I get home from work, and that's it. So we had that pizza for lunch, and now we have these just plain burgers. The buns on pure sourdough turned out really, really nice. So I want to show you guys this. All I did was just take some of the Best Burger blend, do a smash burger, and then put a little bit of the steak sauce in the pan with the burger. Just take one as well. As I said, but in our...
Well, that's Frank. Still dumb.
And utterly just obliterated and destroyed Doc and exposed everything with Dr. Respect and all the nonsense and drama that's been going on and has restarted again in the last week or so with Nick Merckx, Lupo, Tim the Tatman. And Slander has now just completely thrown Dr. Respect under the bus and, in my opinion, has done irrefutable damage to Dr. Respect's credibility and his career. And after watching this video, if you still think Doc is innocent...
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
And with that being said, let's get into it.
Daniel, brother, I owe nobody an apology, man. I think that was the wildest statement I've ever heard. If anything, I'm pretty sure he owes proof and then probably an apology to the boys. I think that was some of the most narcissistic, disrespectful shit I've honestly ever heard. But anyway, KCD at a $10 super chat.
So right there, Dr. Respect getting shot in the face from Slander because Doc told on his spaz out when he was spiraling out, going nuts on his stream, said that he would want an apology from Slander. And we get further into this about 5-6 minute long explanation and expose on Dr. Respect and what's really going on. You'll see that the answers to clear Doc's name are quite simple and aren't being done. And people like Slander, who gave Doc the benefit of the doubt for the longest time possible, are now having enough of the bullshit, I think, of Doc trying to make himself look good at the expense of other people.
Well, baby, Manuel, think the one gifted membership. I appreciate that, baby. Thank you. Those were good times, man. Hey, listen, because that's what good friends do, man. It's just, you do that. But then, like, new information can arise. You know what I'm saying? Years can go by and new information can arise that you previously didn't even know was the case. And actually were under a completely different understanding for years and years and years, thinking that it was actually like some other problem, which I stood by and defended the whole time. I turned down tons of deals. I did so many different things to kind of shove it in their face for fucking my friend over. Little did I know that it was actually mistakes of his own. And it's unfortunate, you know what I mean? And that's not to say that there aren't people that aren't maybe out to get him in some way, but for the whole narrative to be that everyone's out to get him and that these are all blown into proportion things. Listen, I've already said my piece on this, folks. You guys can, I will respect anyone's opinion everyone is totally fine having whatever opinion they want. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But I'm just not on board with inappropriately talking to minors. I'm not on board with that. So that is why I step away. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is why I've stepped away.
Now, the argument is that it was inappropriate, but not that inappropriate, and that it was all just taken out of context, and everything is overblown, and they're all attacking me and trying to cancel me, according to that's Doc's take, which, we have to be clear, is what a person would say who has been doing some weird stuff. Everyone who gets, we'll see you later here, he talks about, to everybody who gets confronted by Chris Hansen, have a seat, always has the innocence beginning idea of like, oh, we were just talking, and this and that. And quite frankly, we'll get in here later, there is quite an easy way for Doc to clear himself instead of attacking everybody and claiming innocence, and everyone owes him apology, and it's just a bunch of people after him. It's quite easy to clear his name, which he has not done. And that might be, really simply, show the chat log. There's no legal obligation where you can't show the chat logs. If it was that innocent, simply show what was said. That's all there is to it. Problem solved. No more issues. No more he say, she say, no more conjecture, but no one is showing the chat logs because perhaps maybe if you did show the chat logs, it wouldn't look as innocent as one is claiming. If there is some legal reason as to why you can't show the chat logs, then yes, but no one has said that. Doc has never said I can't legally show the chat logs. No one has ever said it's not legal to show the chat log. No one has ever said that.
And I've already made that clear. I made that clear when I made an announcement. And guess what? That announcement that I made, when I made a statement fucking half a year ago now, when everything was going down, do you know when that statement was made? That statement was made not after news articles broke out and I'm trying to save face or do anything like that. It happened multiple weeks after. Innocent until proven guilty, until he made his statement. That's all I needed. I waited. I was thinking, he's gonna, any day now, a post is gonna come out, he's gonna clear all this up, it's gonna make sense. And the second I saw that he admitted to inappropriately talking to a minor, boom, that's enough for me, man. That's enough for me. I'm sorry, I can't get on board with that, especially when you have a wife and a child.
And that's his opinion, right? So there's two people here. Either you think that's okay, and it's not that big of a deal, talking inappropriately.
Like I said, I'll respect it.
I ain't about that.
Comes out and says that, and I'm like, oh, okay, well then there's no further thing to explain. There's no new information or news in this. How can anyone believe you? How can anyone
Reporting from the New York airport, where we're going over Sam Sulek, and we're going to see, is he your newest IFBB pro? How does he look? Well, let's get right into it.
Apparently, Sam did in fact win. He got his IFBB pro card.
Building just mere days away now from the Arnold Classic in Columbus, Ohio. I am here in Columbus, and the big news of the day: Sam Sulek breaking the internet by winning the Arnold Classic Amateur. So he won his class, so the height and weight category. Then he went on to the overall comparison, and he won the overall comparison, which is this call out here that you see of 3 guys. So these are the winners from the other classes. And Sam won the overall comparison to win his IFBB Pro card. So extremely, extremely impressive from Sam, and possibly maybe even some type of record. He's only been competing for 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, that Vegas NPC show that he did to qualify for this Arnold Amateur, that was his first ever show. 2 weeks later, he wins his pro card in class.
Nicholas donated $2. What do you think about putting eating animals stickers on stop signs? Just bought some on the PETA store. I wouldn't call it vandalism. I'm not sure if the police would appreciate that. I think there are laws when it comes to putting stickers on road signs. So I don't know how risky that is legally, but I would make sure you don't get filmed by a CCTV camera or do it in front of any police. You may run into issues, but I don't really have a problem with it. It doesn't deface the sign in a way where people won't understand that it's a stop sign, and it gets people thinking about not eating animals. Thanks for the donation, though,
Yeah,
Nicholas.
don't eat at a puff AVG. The last time you did that, you got sick on stream and had to call it in early.
Yeah, I really avoid buffets. They're kind of gross. Like, there's so many people who go through a buffet, you have no idea if they wash their hands and shit, so... Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Classic physique. I don't know if there's been somebody that's done it faster than started their competitive career and 2 weeks later actually won the pro card. Very impressive. And I said in previous videos, if Sam is in contention for a pro card, we can be a little bit more critical of his physique and talk about the other competitors a little bit more. That's why I wanted to show this call out. These are the guys that he was competing against directly for that overall title and directly for that pro card. And I can honestly say, looking at this call out, I don't think it's controversial. I don't think it's surprising. I don't think it's because Sam is a big name in bodybuilding. I don't think it's because he has clout. I don't think there will be, well, I'm sure there will still be some, but I don't think there will be very many people saying this is politics and Sam only won because he's got such a big following. I think that looking at this call out, this to me looks like a deserved victory by Sam. He clearly made all the improvements that he said he was going to make and that the judges told him to make in just 2 weeks' time. Actually really impressive. I mean, the fact that he was able to not only come in sharper, come in tighter for this show, but it looks like he really did focus on fixing that posing in that 2 weeks' time. And overall, just extremely impressive. And I think out of these 3 guys, Sam has the most classic look. The guy in the end, that's the smaller guy, he has a very classic look as well. But as far as proportions and V-taper, crazy tiny waist, and just overall in this call out, he's basically a heavyweight in amateur bodybuilding terms.
He's got some pretty good back gains.
He's basically a heavyweight amateur bodybuilder in classic physique. And like I said before, 217 or whatever he actually weighed on stage, but 217 being the cutoff for his height category, that's a really big classic physique guy, even as a pro. And granted, the height has a lot to do with that, but there's a lot of pro classic physique guys at the Olympia level that are not even close to that weight. So he was big, he was conditioned, he was improved, and he looked very classic. Like I said, I was impressed by how small his waist was here for the size that he had. And one thing I'm wondering about, I don't know for sure the rules with classic physique, but typically, and this is, I think, something that people will be very excited to see. I know that in men's open bodybuilding, for example, if you win the Arnold Classic Amateur overall, then you get an invitation automatically to next year's Pro Arnold Classic as a bodybuilder. Now, I don't know for certain that they also do this for classic physique, but I think they do. In Dowda, before we actually see him on the stage, stuff that I've seen. But if one thing is for some reason, a lot of everybody is filming their updates there because the lighting is so good. This one was not filmed today. Apparently it was filmed a few days ago, but it was filmed this week, so the week of the show, peak week. And I think the interesting thing about this update is you finally get to see Carlos from multiple angles and not just straight on, which I think is his most impressive streak in those shots.
Dude, these guys are so fucking ridiculously gigantic. It's like no surprise they just all die at 40. Kind of sucks how you can't get that huge without like massively reducing your lifespan. I don't think I'd want to get that big just because like there's so many other issues that it creates. Like even if I didn't die early, like you're slower, it's harder to walk upstairs, finding clothes that fit, fitting into like cars or being too heavy to like run or ride a bike. But kind of sucks that hitting roids super hard like just massively reduces your lifespan.
A Samson Dowda to be successful in that sense. That's what he's incredible in these updates. It's hard to tell with Akeem. Logan is going to do very well here. About
Jesus.
Logan, the story that I have for you guys today, but it might not be the final story of the day. And I might be something.
Jeez. That shit is so hard.
First pose, front double bicep, he nails it. Sam had one job in this show, and it was to learn how to properly display his legs. He's done it. He has the detail, the definition, he looks amazing. And so I am already seeing a night and day difference between Sam posing in his first competition as this competition. Now, he looks to have slightly downsized, and I think that's a good thing. I think the mistake he made at his last competition was he over-carbed. He claimed he drank 1.5 liters of water, 900 grams of carbs, and was up 8 pounds. And so by doing that, I think he sacrificed a little bit of detail, especially in the upper legs, in order to come out with more size. But trust me, when you're in class physique or even in bodybuilding, the judges are going to reward conditioning. Sam already has the size. He barely made weight. And so
Don't stream so short this time. Back when you were depressed and more fatigued, you regularly did 12 plus streams.
Well, I was eating more though. Again, something happened where I can just barely fucking eat anything, and I don't know why that is. I just suddenly had a massive reduction in appetite, and I can barely fucking eat. The last, like, 2 weeks, I've only really eaten, like, a protein shake in the morning, maybe an apple or two, and then at night, I just have 2 blocks of tofu, and that's, like, all I can fucking manage. I think it works out to something like 1,300 to 1,500 calories per day. It's pretty fucking low, especially for me. I calculated my energy expenditure per day, and it's around 3,000. Somewhere between 3,000 to 3,200. So, that's a pretty huge deficit. It's like it's like about a 50% deficit. But thanks for the donation, O.
So all he needed to do was show the conditioning, the striations, and it's lights out. And the posing trunks are moved slightly higher this time. It's showing more of his quads, his hamstrings, and the lower half of the legs. It's a night and day difference from what it was 2 weeks ago. And on any pose from the side, Sam is going to be victorious. The obliques, the serratus, the detail, the definition, it looks stupendous. Side chest is full, it's hard, it looks amazing. Excellent twisting back double bicep pose, showing the size, the detail. Also, look how lean his legs are. And what a vacuum, and here displaying excellent abs, as well as, check out this quad stomp, much more detail than he had 2 weeks ago. He's definitely brought it. I would predict he's probably 4 pounds lighter on stage than he was at the previous competition, and so Sam, he's done his homework. Walks off stage with an excellent smile, really adds to his presentation. And so, first call out. Out of 12 athletes, they select the top 6. And so what Sam is trying to do is appear to be in the center two. If you have 6 athletes, the worst are on the edges and the best are going to be in the middle. Sam starts out on the side. He's to the right. He's going to be hoping, please call my name and place me in the center. And you can see they call one man's name to switch over with Sam, but notice, Sam is not in the middle. And so in this position, he would actually be fighting for 3rd or 4th place. Now, what I'm seeing is they have to get rid of that guy in the center. He's just too small. He moves out to the side. But what I'm seeing is Sam immediately should be moved to the center. I don't know if the judges are just trying to play with the audience, but clearly Sam belongs in the center. The difference in the size of Sam's legs versus the guy's in the center, it's lights out. It's not even close. Side.
I'm surprised this guy is in the center and not that dude.
Pose, notice the
I don't know how the fucking judging works. Like, I don't know, maybe this guy's a bit leaner, but this guy seems to have much better shape.
Difference in Sam's quads in comparison to the guys in the center. Both gentlemen in the middle, they just pale in comparison.
Yeah, I think they probably put him to the outside because it's not as lean.
What about from the rear?
But again, like, why is this guy in a higher place than this dude?
Sam showing the Christmas tree, followed by the back double bicep. Look at the shape, the size, the V shape, the wide shoulders, the hamstrings, the calves. Sam displays everything. The other gentleman, just simply not the size of Sam Sulik. And so at this point, if I were a judge, I'd immediately saying, okay, Sam, switch over into the middle. But they're gonna get them go through these poses. Look at the quads of Sam, the vacuum poise. Sam has a very small waist. Shocking to see him with such a small waist. Great quads, conditioning, detail. He's really brought up his posing. And not to mention, he really brought an excellent tan. The twisting back double bicep, top to bottom, nothing is missing. In comparison, guy in the center flexing the front double bicep there, his legs are just way too small. So I do believe they're gonna have to put Sam in the center. Come on. Come on, judges. And there it is, Sam moving to the center. The man was a little bit smaller than Sam. He just didn't have the size. And so notice Sam at 5'11" is still a little bit shorter than this other guy who does have some size, but just look at the legs. This is the difference. Look at Sam's legs in comparison to the man in the middle. It's not even close. If a single judge has Sam out of first place position, they shouldn't be judges. This is an obvious win for Sam Sulek. He's got the biceps, the abs, and in particular, his quads are far superior to everyone else. Side chest pose, this pose a little bit closer from the top. Guy to his left has a better upper body than Sam in this pose, but look at the legs. Not even close. From the rear, Sam needs smaller trunks. He didn't listen to me explaining this, but he looks like he's wearing diapers. You need to wear smaller shorts. If Sam were displaying his glutes effectively, showing the striations, he would win by even more, but Sam's still a very dominant back. He's winning this entire lineup. And so guys, it's not close. Sam is clearly victorious. I'm already thinking to myself, clear and obvious victory, but yet they're making him go through their poses yet. And not to say the guy next to Sam doesn't look good, but he's just too small. He has great shape and the posing in his legs. The only champion? I don't think so. I don't think even with 10 pounds more muscle, he'll carry the kind of size to compete with the likes of Wesley Vissers or Mike Sommerfeld. But I do think he may have the potential to actually win an IFBB Pro Show. His size, he can grow out his hair, and he can come back next year as an IFBB Pro, or perhaps he'll take a year off. To Sam Sulek, you did it. You put in all the work, the grinding, posting.
Well, I don't know. You're the risk taker.
You think I'm talking about breaking the law?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how far you want it bent.
As far as you can without breaking it.
In other words, don't risk an IRS audit.
We're all following this breaking news this morning that sheriff's deputies found Hackman, his wife, and their dog dead in their New Mexico home. The 95-year-old had long since retired from his storied career, which earned him 2 Academy Awards and 4 Golden Globes. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister is joining us now. Now, authorities...
Yeah, this is super weird.
You told us earlier, don't suspect foul play. Is there any reason being given for their deaths yet this morning?
There is not, Sarah. And this, of course, aside from being such a sad story, the passing of an absolute Hollywood legend, it's a really bizarre story. Gene Hackman and his wife, along with their dog, all found dead in their home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Now, as you said, police have said that no foul play is suspected, but they have not given a cause of death. This investigation is ongoing. Gene Hackman and his wife, they were found yesterday in their home in New Mexico. Now, Gene Hackman had really stepped out of the limelight for decades. He retired from Hollywood in 2004, and he and his wife had lived a quiet, relatively private life in New Mexico since they had moved there. Now, of course, one of the greatest Hollywood screen actors of them, he actually said that he doesn't like to watch himself. Years is
Wood and Morgan, Earl Flynn, Georgian actors in.
Yeah, what the fuck was the cause of death? No external trauma to either individual. Either this was carbon monoxide or they were poisoned. That's what it sounds like. It's kind of weird. Scattered pills were found near the body of Arakawa, who was found lying on the ground, with an open bottle of prescription pills on a countertop nearby. The affidavit said space heater was found near her and her head, and a dog was found dead in the bathroom closet. Bathroom closet. Sounds like they deliberately killed themselves. Why would they kill their dog? The dog was found in the bathroom closet. 2 other healthy dogs were found in other parts of the property. So, what in the fuck was going on here? The investigation found no immediate signs of carbon monoxide leak or natural gas leak. Sounds like they killed themselves and probably killed their dog. Really weird. Richard's Autistic Dono donated $2. Richard, the CPU I ordered from AliExpress was legit. Nothing's blown up for a week since I had it. Now I can finally play Monster Hunter Wilds on release tomorrow with my new 7900 XT. All my waggy bucks are gone, but well worth it. Well, that's good. Still wouldn't recommend getting anything from AliExpress, but at least it worked out. Thanks for the donation, Richard's Autistic Dono. Now this might be retarded.
I didn't initially think that this topic was going to be that controversial, but after reading several meta-analyses and systematic reviews, it's not as straightforward as I'd imagined. Lucky for
It is very straightforward. Eggs certainly do cause heart disease. The reason why the data is mixed is because dietary cholesterol does not linearly increase serum cholesterol. So if you have a population of people who are already consuming a decent amount of cholesterol in their daily diet, if you look at a similar population that's eating a similar diet, just with more eggs, you're likely not going to find any difference.
For you, I did the heavy lifting, breaking my back on a 2-kilo dumbbell, and did the work for you. So, do eggs cause heart disease? First, I ran across this analysis wherein the researchers looked at over 27 studies and pooled the data into forest plots. They look like this. Essentially, the studies are on the left, including the samples of people and the outcomes of interest, in this case, all forms of cardiovascular disease, and the numbers correspond to the differences between consuming multiple eggs per day versus eating 1 or no eggs per day. If the numbers are negative, that means that they indicate reduced risk of cardiovascular disease with greater consumption. If positive, then the opposite. Now, that's a lot of numbers, so we can simply turn to the boxes, which are a simple visual representation of the numbers. If the black boxes move to the left, it indicates favorable outcomes of more egg consumption. And if to the right, then less egg consumption is better. That's all relative to that middle line. Again, though, we're still stuck scratching our head in confusion because that's still a lot of boxes, i.e. data, to try to decipher at once. In that case, we can turn to the diamond at the very bottom. It represents all the boxes, i.e. data from all the studies averaged together. And it seems to be pretty squarely in the middle. And the statistics indicate a hazard ratio, for you stats knowledgeable, of 0.99. That squarely indicates greater egg consumption has no negative or positive effects in respect to cardiovascular disease. Okay, so this analysis indicates a relatively neutral effect, fine. But there are other analyses, even larger ones, that indicate otherwise. So what do they show and why are they different? For example, this one, which actually tells us a lot of information. But for one, they looked at the stepwise increase in egg consumption, meaning with each 2 egg increase, does risk change? So let's look at that here. We can see that the cardiovascular disease risk on the vertical axis, anything over 1.0 is increased risk, and we see the stepwise increase in egg consumption per week on the horizontal axis. The dark line is the best estimate of the results, and the dotted lines on either side are essentially error bars called confidence intervals. They indicate where the true value or result might actually be. I think overall you'd agree that there seems to be a slight downward shift indicating a slightly reduced risk. The researchers indicated that consuming up to 6 eggs per week is associated with reduced risk. So the results seem to indicate so far that egg consumption either has no relationship or a mild improving relationship with cardiovascular disease. We even see that hold true when looking at coronary heart disease and stroke risk. However, now I'd like to crank the heat up a little bit and make us sweat, because what if I show you this? What is happening here? Heart failure shows a dramatic upward trend, clearly indicating worse heart failure risk with greater egg consumption. I don't know about you, but I don't want any of that. Suddenly, everyone starts playing hot potato with the egg. No, you take it. No, you take it. Well, I won't pretend that I wasn't initially pretty confused by this data, but there are a number of potential explanations. But believe it or not, that data isn't even the scariest that I ran across. I'll show you what I mean in just a bit. So why would heart failure go up, but other forms of cardiovascular disease go down or stay about neutral? My guess, and allow me to be clear, this is only a guess, is that heart failure has many causes that are not accounted for in this analysis. Keep in mind, these relationships are unadjusted, so we're not taking into account people's other health habits or otherwise. And it's exactly to that point that we can lean on some of the data provided by the researchers to offer a morsel of evidence in favor of my point of view. If we look at the subgroup analysis, which means that the researchers separated out people based on a particular characteristic and reassessed the risk, we find something potentially telling. Here, we're looking at the data separated out by sex, so men and women, and diabetes status. We're focused on the heart failure grouping on the far right. And you'll notice that the risk for women is, well, non-existent, and the risk for men is about neutral. On the other hand, those with diabetes, that's men and women combined, have elevated risk. So, is it possible that once we account for diabetes, that heart failure risk drops significantly? It's possible. However, this subgroup analysis was limited to 4 eggs per week, not the full 8. So, if this risk increases when we look at 8 eggs, we can't say, because the researchers don't have that data, unfortunately. Okay, so as a reminder, I am not spitting fact. I'm spitting possible explanations, nothing more. Either way, the majority of the data from this meta-analysis indicates either improved or neutral effects of egg consumption, even at higher consumption on heart disease as a whole. Now, people will often throw the "who funded it" card at me, and sometimes that's a good argument. The two analyses.
Sup, how's it going, mate? Who are your favorite UFC fighters to watch right now? And also, what games are you looking forward to? Thanks.
Probably Khamzat, Chimaev, and what's the other guy's name? I think he's either from Chechnya or Dagestan. Not Khabib. I think Islam Makhachev. Those are the two most interesting to watch for sure. So yeah, Islam Makhachev and Khamzat Chimaev. They're probably the two best in the UFC right now, so. And games I'm looking forward to, Doom Dark Ages, the Snake Eater remake, there's a few others, Last of Us 2 on PC, the new Wolverine game that's coming out eventually at some point. Mafia Old Country looks like it's likely going to be good. Oh my god, Gum Gum. Half-Life 2 RTX I'm looking forward to. Assetto Corsa Evo. Gears of War E-Day. I think there's one or two more that I can't remember right now. Oh, NTR. Yeah, I remember that. Is that out yet? No, it's not out yet. Yeah, I think there's one or two more that I'm forgetting, but those are some that I'm looking forward to. Thanks for the donation, Fars.
Policies that we just went over were either publicly funded or had no funding, nor any ties to industry.
I already played Last of Us on console, dude.
Egg boards, and so on. However, the systematic review that I'm about to briefly touch on has multiple researchers who are funded by the egg board. And before you roll your eyes with the expected, here we go, let me guess, they think that eggs are the most perfect food on earth. I'll have you know that it is through this review that I found out about studies indicating eggs are a cardiovascular disease risk. That's right. The Egg Board funded researchers wrote a review against eggs. I can hear the shattering of reality for people who think that funding is always an immediate bias. It can be, but not always. To be fair, they were also funded by the Almond Board of International Nut and Dried Fruit Council. I'm not making this up, I promise. Now, imagine the eggs versus nuts and fruit war. If an egg got into a fight with an almond, who do you think would win? To be honest with you, I think the almond, simply because of the density is much greater. And the egg can shatter at any moment, even if it's, well, technically bigger. Remember Humpty Dumpty? Anyway, the people that hate my sidetracked ideas are probably finishing up a frustrated comment right.
Why would I want it on PC as opposed to console? Because consoles suck. I like being able to aim when I shoot. I like being able to play in native 4K. I like better graphic settings. I like higher frame rates. I like being able to mod the game. I like being able to play it on PC because I'll always have it on my PC, whereas with console, oh, the PlayStation 6 isn't fully backwards compatible and you're going to have to buy the game again because it has to be reworked or something. Like, PC is just better, so why would I just keep a game on console? It's stupid.
Right as I speak here, but go ahead and post it. I promise I'll ignore it. But let's get back to the main question that you have. You're probably wondering how we can have these massive analyses indicating that eggs are beneficial or at worst neutral, and here we have research indicating that they are associated with heart disease. Well, I couldn't close the book on this without also acknowledging the contrary studies. So, if we pop open one of these analyses, we see yet another meta-analysis of many studies. And interestingly, it shares some of the same features as the previous ones. For example, the researchers wanted to limit the analysis to people who were free living and not bedbound in a hospital. So they removed all studies looking at people in very poor health. The same thing with the previous analyses. They also looked at the same study types, so prospective studies. Now, knowing some of those similarities, we'd expect that the results to also indicate neutral or positive effects of consuming eggs. But as I already mentioned, that's not the case, as we see here. This is similar to cardiovascular disease as in the previous analyses, although this one is looking at mortality, and the other looked at overall cardiovascular disease. The distinction is that the previous analysis included people who survived events like heart attacks. Anyway, let's put both of them up for a moment. We recognize the overall downward trend in one indicating slight benefit to heart disease risk with increasing egg consumption. And we now see the overall upward trend in this new analysis indicating increased risk. So what gives? Again, this is an educated guess, so please bear that in mind. And I'm certainly open to other possibilities if you have any thoughts. If you dig into the subgroup analyses of this newest analysis, they did an adjustment, just like the previous with diabetes, and that adjustment wasn't for diabetes, but for blood cholesterol, dyslipidemia, and taking medications for dyslipidemia.
Yeah. So if you eliminate the common denominator, which would be serum cholesterol, then you're not going to find an association.
Yeah. That means that they separated out the studies that adjusted for these variables and those that didn't. What they ended up determining is that the studies that did adjust for these variables indicated increased cardiovascular disease related mortality, what we just saw. However, the data that was not adjusted did not show a relationship between egg consumption and cardiovascular disease mortality. So think about that for a moment. Why would one still show this relationship and the other not? My guess is that you are adjusting for dyslipidemia, and those that take medication to control their dyslipidemia, you are likely using data from people who are more than just dyslipidemic as a health problem, meaning they have high blood pressure, they may be diabetic, they may be consuming a different overall diet, the list goes on. So while the adjustment may control for that symptom, high blood fats, dyslipidemia, it does not account for everything else. However, if the other data did not need to be adjusted, it might be because these individuals already have inherently better blood markers and are likely overall healthier. This is different from the previous analysis because in that they adjusted for an entire disease like diabetes, which includes more than just dyslipidemia. Anyway, it's simply a hunch. I have no data to back that, other than the adjusted analysis indicating no risk anymore. Oh, and the researchers themselves acknowledge the certainty of the data is very low, which doesn't exactly impose confidence. All right, but we're not off the hook yet, because there's something else I'd like for you to hear if you'll hang out with me a bit longer. I know that it's been a while already. Across both contradictory analyses that we just went over, all studies looking at people in Asia indicated only reduced risk of cardiovascular disease from eating eggs, as opposed to in the United States and Europe, which had mixed results. There are obviously many potential explanations for that, but I do find the consistency across analyses interesting in regard to Asian people. Is it a way that the eggs are being prepared, the eating habits, lifestyle habits? The possibilities are really endless. Still, it provides another small piece of proof that eggs may not be inherently cardiovascular disease promoting.
No, it's that they're all consuming roughly the same amount of cholesterol, or enough cholesterol where there's not really any difference in their serum cholesterol score. And they're all consuming low amounts of saturated
I just
fat.
completed my 50,000 steps from my self-experiment. Smile. I still don't feel hungry. I guess it has something to do with me consuming 150 grams of TVP, 80 grams protein and 30 grams fiber, 3 tablespoons soy sauce, vitamins, minerals, etc. with diet soda and energy drinks.
I mean, a lot of people, when they're, especially if you're only consuming like 1 meal per day, some people do get, substantive reductions in appetite. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. I don't know how the fuck you did 50,000 steps. That sounds like a fucking pain. Dodo donate $2. Oh my god, Gum Gum, upload this to your Instagram. Oh my god. That's nice. I'm gonna save that. That's very nice. I don't know if that changes the quality. That's nice. Download Life is Strange, 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 down low. I don't know if I'll do that tonight, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. But yes, this is my Gum Gum. He's my friend. We're friends. I like having a nice kitty friend. He's so good. Look how good he is. Oh my god, he's so good. Such a good baby.
Voting within reason. Now, why do I say that within reason? Well, we know that eggs do raise low-density lipoprotein, LDL levels, as evidenced by these 17 randomized controlled trials. But the effect is mild, usually increasing LDL by 5 to about 10 points. In general, that's a concern because higher LDL is linked to cardiovascular disease. Now, additionally, eggs contain choline, which can be converted by our gut microbiome to a molecule called trimethylamine, TMA, which is then further converted to TMAO, which is also linked to cardiovascular disease. However, the researchers argue that these effects may be too mild, and the overall benefit of eggs also contain plenty of other molecules like unsaturated fats, phospholipids, carotenoids, and more, may lead to a net positive. So unless you are a hyper absorber of dietary cholesterol and especially sensitive to saturated fat, the evidence is leaning more heavily in favor of eggs being, at the very least, neutral to cardiovascular disease, even if it's still unclear what the exact amount is that may cause issues. And having studies that adjust for many factors simultaneously.
Yeah, again, the issue is these people are also containing cholesterol-containing foods like meat, so... Oh my god, Gum Gum, you're so handsome. So, yeah, eggs bad. Donate $2 time for some Shawn Baker mints. Let me see.
A little controversy on type 1 diabetes and a carnivore diet. Certainly, people have used carnivore diets to help with type 1 diabetes.
Gray Knight, donate $2. Dogs appreciate guitar players than women. Oh, that's a nice doggo. Wow, what a nice doggo. I love doggos. Doggos are good. Look how nice he is. That's a very nice doggo. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
I'll admit that I do have blisters from walking that much. Especially since this is day 2 of my self-experiment. It does suck, but I do like the quick fat loss results that I'm experiencing. Smile, I can start to see my abs again and fit better into my clothes.
Yeah, I really hate blisters on my feet. I wouldn't be able to do 50,000 steps per day.
All right, carnivore diet and...
That's just ridiculous.
Well, let's take a...
Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Oh baby. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yum. Ah yeah, Richard baby. Yummy cummy. Can I come in your belly button? Yeah? Maybe you can blow bubbles in a cup of my spunky cum and pop them with your purple cock tip. Oh yeah. Where did Jasmine go? Did she like cum? Oh yeah.
No, I'm not interested in that. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Undoubtedly. Certainly you can see a great reduction in insulin requirements, overall better glycemic control. Often we sometimes even see reversal of diabetic sequelae like retinopathy, nephropathy. All those things get better on a carnivore diet. And there are some people that will make the claim that they have been able to restore insulin ability or no longer requiring insulin on a carnivore diet, which is really sort of interesting, right? And the thought would be perhaps this is a delayed honeymoon period, as some people initially get.
Well, you can actually see this. People who had insulin resistance or were type 2 diabetic, they go on carnivore, they lose weight, you see improvements to their A1C, but then over time, you see their A1C steadily increase, so their disease is still progressing and getting worse. So the benefits they're seeing are largely due to weight loss they achieve. And some of those benefits are also just due to the macronutrient breakdown of their diet. But it's causing the disease to still progress. So eating all that saturated fat, no fiber, stupid shit like that, you're just making the disease worse, even though symptoms comparatively from before are better. So why wouldn't you just eat a diet that's known to actually prevent diabetes rather than just make your diabetes worse?
Get diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, there is this gradual decline in their insulin secretion ability as these beta cells continue to fail further and further as they succumb to the disease, and that can be delayed maybe for many years perhaps, and that is certainly plausible. There is some thought that maybe some of these type 1 diabetics were actually misdiagnosed, which does happen. Maybe they have something called LADA, late autoimmune diabetes of adulthood. They might have perhaps type 2, it's just been misdiagnosed for whatever reason. And then the other thought would be, well, maybe there are people that clearly put autoimmune diseases in remission on carnivore. We see it with Crohn's disease, we see it with rheumatoid arthritis, we see it with psoriasis, on and on. And why wouldn't type 1 diabetes be any different? And maybe there's a small subset. Perhaps there is a thought that type 1 diabetes is not a singular entity, and that there are different variations. In fact, there are variations of type 1 diabetes that have been described, and maybe certain percentages.
Boring.
Scurvy. Now, I've been doing a carnivore diet now for roughly, a little over 8 years now, and believe it or not, I don't actually have scurvy. Scurvy is thought to take place over a period of a couple months, usually about 3 months. People that are going to get complete absence of vitamin C or vitamin C deficiency will develop the signs and symptoms of scurvy, which
I don't know if there's any formerly described cases of scurvy from people following a carnivore diet, but I have seen people make posts on Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, claiming that they were following a carnivore diet and they did indeed end up getting scurvy. So people have anecdotally reported that, and one of them was a medical doctor. I remember that specifically. There was a guy who was a medical doctor who tried a carnivore diet, and he ended up getting scurvy after, I think, a month. So the people who aren't getting scurvy, they're either consuming enough organ meats to prevent it. They may be adding spices to their food, so like cayenne pepper, which is very high in vitamin C, and most people on the carnivore diet are in fact doing that. They are adding spices to their food that contain vitamin C. Or they're not following a strict carnivore diet, which again, most of them aren't. They go on the carnivore diet and they will still eat some fruits and vegetables here and there. Even Shawn Baker does this. He's admitted to it. He eats fruit here and there. He goes off his diet occasionally. So all of these people are just frauds and complete idiots.
Do get a punching bag and watch YouTube videos for technique and start punching and kicking it. Super fun and great cardio. You should stream it to measure progress. Also, when are you confronting Zarabi in Quebec?
Yeah, I have the adductor problem. The reason I didn't do it back in like October is because I got a really bad adductor strain, and I already tore my adductor longus. If I can fix the adductor problem I have, I'm stretching every day now, then I'll go and spar or whatever with Zahibi. I've been considering getting a heavy bag. I'm not exactly sure how I'd hang it here. There is a steel beam in the basement, but I'm not sure if it's high enough, and I also don't want to make too much noise because I do have neighbors. It's not a detached house. But thanks for the donation, Farce. Yeah, we already looked at the Andrew Tate thing, dude. He already landed in Florida.
Include teeth falling out, gums bleeding, joints bleeding, skin breaking open, and eventually fatigue and death. That's not happened to me, nor has it happened to any person that I've ever heard of on a carnivore diet where that has legitimately been diagnosed. Now, a few people said, oh, my gums were bleeding a little bit or something along those lines, which certainly could be related to a whole bunch of other things, often dental trauma just from chewing too hard or brushing teeth. But we've never seen anybody with the actual diagnosis of scurvy.
There are people online who have said they were diagnosed with scurvy.
And to think about that, if indeed that is the case, which it clearly appears to be so, and there are now thousands.
I don't know if this would technically be considered a townhome, but the houses are connected.
And thousands and tens of thousands of people who've done carnivore diets for much longer than several months without developing these signs of scurvy. And we've got that basic fact about nutrition wrong. I mean, this is a very basic fundamental fact about nutrition, which has been shown to be wrong. What does it show you about the rest of nutrition? Does that
It is not wrong. You're just an idiot.
Indicate that there are a lot of holes and a lot of problems with nutrition research in general? And I would submit that certainly there are. I think there's a whole lot of things we're missing the boat.
Again, this guy has admitted that he does go off his diet occasionally, doesn't always eat carnivore, and then he's claiming, oh, if you eat nothing but meat, you won't get scurvy. He doesn't even follow a strict carnivore diet.
And yet people are making these proclamations and policy decisions based upon a really, really bad science. Now, you can talk about why we don't seem to get scurvy. I mean, we do know that meat, even muscle meat, not to mention organ meats, have vitamin C in it in small amounts. But more importantly, it seems to be that.
So I've done the calculation for this. If you're consuming enough calories per day, you may be able to prevent scurvy if you're eating only skeletal muscle tissue, but you have to eat quite a bit. It's around 3,000 calories per day. And that's assuming you're eating all grass-fed steak, which tends to be higher in vitamin C. So you might be able to, and by the way, that's also assuming you're consuming the meat raw. So the cooking process is likely also going to reduce the vitamin C content. And that's only just enough to prevent scurvy. So you may still have a vitamin C you would still have a vitamin C deficiency, but that's just to prevent scurvy. So the likelihood of you being able to eat a strict carnivore diet, and I mean only steak, no spices that would contain vitamin C, so you're only adding like salt to your meat, you are likely going to get scurvy, like almost guaranteed, and no one's eating that way. You won't find a single person online who's eating nothing but steak with like just salt added. And even if they're eating enough calories total to get enough vitamin C to prevent scurvy, they're still going to be vitamin C deficient, which is not good. You're going to increase your risk of like dementia, cognitive decline, shit like that. Dodo donated $2. Have I sent you this before? Can you watch it? Because it's so good. Imagine if you could sing this good. People pay you to sing, but you can barely sing, even if your life counted on it.
to tell us no, or where to go. We say we're only dreaming a whole new
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And yeah, you did send me that before. Ben donated $2 duckies. Let me see these ducks. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're pecking. Oh, they're pecking that lettuce. Or no, cucumbers. They're pecking those cucumbers. Oh, look at them pecking. Those are some good ducks pecking. I love ducks. Ducks are good. Those are good ducks pecking. Wow. Good ducks. This is a good cat. It's a very nice cat. Oh. That is also a very nice duck. Wow, look at those ducks. Those are nice ducks. My goodness. That's a duck also. It's a very nice duck. Oh my god. Oh. Those peppers? Or tomatoes? Wow. Listen to that quacking. Oh, those are nice ducks. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
No way that was the Ornial Versi of Jasmine from Aladdin.
I don't know if it was or not. I can't say I particularly care, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, this is my gum-gum.
Moment to talk about what it means to be a doctor. Now, doctor, the word initially comes from Latin, and it meant to teach or to be a teacher, right, or an instructor. And now, in modern terms, a doctor is something we often relate to as a physician.
Gummy is a dopamine factory. Look at him.
Yeah, he's a real sweetie. Love cuddling with my gum-gum. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Or someone who deals with health and healthcare and people that are sick. And when we think about what are we teaching, as quote unquote modern doctors, and most of the time we are teaching people how to be dependent upon drugs, how to be dependent upon a system. We aren't teaching them what it takes to become healthy. My belief, after many, many years of this, and of course I come to learn this over time, that model, that sort of drug, pill, potion, procedure model is extremely narrow and extremely limited, and it leaves a lot of people lacking. When we think about all the things that have a role in health, and as healthcare, we should not only have a deep understanding or an appreciation for the value of nutrition, the value of sleep, exercise, stress management, light, and things of that nature. Not only should we have an understanding of the importance, but we should have a deep expertise in those areas as well. When you go to the physician for health and they give you this one tiny narrow piece, here's some pills, take these, come see me back in 3 to 6 months, and we'll keep adjusting that. You are definitely being shortchanged. And a physician.
Welcome back, tribe.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Gene Hackman. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Eugene Allen Hackman was born on January 30, 1930, in San Bernardino, California. He went by the name Gene. When he was young, his family moved around quite a bit. Eventually, they ended up in Danville, Illinois.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. Today's Thursday evening. People wanted to know what the Great One thinks, so I figured I'd oblige. Now, there.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday
Let's take a look.
evening. Reason for the video is minimum security Shawn G has been making a lot of videos about Big Meech, you know, and stuff like that. Well, first off, before I even begin, Shawn G, fuck you. All right, now that we got that out of the way. Secondly, Shawn, just one quick question. Where do you get the street creds to even discuss Big Meech? All right? Seriously. Big Meech is in prison for doing some real stuff. You was in an LGBTQ friendly prison camp for like a year and a half for taxes. You didn't do no hard time, all right? You have no street credentials whatsoever to even discuss Big Meech. And in fact, the only reason why I think you're discussing it is to try to build up your little profile, you know, and stuff like that, you know? Because quite frankly, you're not his spokesman. Heck, you're not even his prag. Well, you know, if you were in prison, you would be his prag, but you ain't even his prag to begin with, you know? Big Meech has attorneys and stuff to talk for him. He don't need your little skinny buggy whip looking ass here up there speaking for him, okay? He don't need no one. If he wants a representative or a spokesman, he can go get his attorney. He has an attorney, okay? So I think that you're just bringing him up as far as to try to build up your reputation. It ain't gonna work, you know? It's not gonna work whatsoever. You have no street credentials. You have no alpha credentials. You have no prison credentials whatsoever. You didn't do no real time. How many times do I got to tell you that? And other people have been telling you that too. See, you shouldn't have been messing with my channel to begin with there, because honestly, I've not even reviewed your videos in what, over a year or something? And you tried to start some static with me because I was wearing a bunny suit on Halloween, the day that you're supposed to wear it. I mean, you see, now I have to get up in your asshole like a wedgie, you know what I mean? And stuff. But you need to quit talking about Big Meech. It ain't going to raise up your street creds. You're never going to have street creds. You know what I mean? The streets don't respect you. You understand? Let me say that again one more time. The streets don't respect you, okay? And the fact of the matter is, you can surround yourself around as many people that did hard time, but you still are not going to, it doesn't rub off here, okay? If you want to be like them, then you got to do some real time for some real stuff. Big Meech is doing real time for some really serious stuff. Now, as far as he is concerned in terms of getting out, he's never getting out. The only way he's getting out is in a body bag, okay? The only reason...
I don't know what any of that...
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Thursday afternoon. Reason for the video is I'm on my little lunch break there, and I was anticipating looking and seeing how Sam Sulik did. I'm pleased to say that he brought it. He brought it. He has crossed the main gauntlet. It's now gone from a bunch of competitors now just to the class winners. The light is at the end of the tunnel for Sam Sulik. Dead center on stage. Even did side poses from both sides. That just shows the judge that you're balanced. My man, my nigga. I'm telling you, Sam, I was kind of worried about you, you know. Just based upon your videos and everything like that, the Swedish Fish. I didn't feel that you were properly getting ready for this show. I didn't think that you were taking it seriously. And I realized I was wrong. You definitely put everything together. Just don't do anything at this point. Do you need to make any improvements? No. It's perfect. You're perfect. Don't do anything that you wouldn't normally do. Just sit in your hotel, watch some cartoons, and very soon you shall have your pro card. There is nothing whatsoever that I saw that can be improved at this point in time. Nothing. Zip, zero. Nothing. All you got to do is just maintain what you got. Just sit there and chill and relax to the max. don't do anything. No different than the movie Goodfellas, Whenever they knocked over that place, don't do anything. Don't buy anything. Just sit there, relax. You're going to have your pro card soon. You've crossed the main gauntlet. You get to do. A matter of...
All right, we...
Way. His father, who worked for a local newspaper, left the family when Gene was 13 years old. 3 years later, Gene lied about his age and enlisted in the Marine Corps. He served as a radio operator until he rammed a motorcycle into a tractor. He sustained several injuries during this collision, including a broken right leg. Gene was discharged in 1952 and moved to New York City, where he worked a number of jobs which he described as miserable, like moving furniture, working in a drugstore, and selling candy door to door. Gene decided to study journalism and television production at the University of Illinois, but gave up and moved to Southern California to pursue a career in acting. He joined the Pasadena Playhouse Acting School in 1956, but was not well regarded by the instructors. Gene received the lowest score for his acting ability, which had ever been assigned by the school. He and his classmate, Dustin Hoffman, were voted least likely to succeed. The school kicked Gene out after a year. Understanding that he was not a traditionally attractive actor, Gene could have been
That's pretty hilarious.
discouraged, but he did not think that his aesthetic limitation could stop him from achieving fame. He moved back to New York City and took acting roles as he supported himself with...
Is there a particular reason that Vince Goodrum's opinion is of any value at any time in any place? Also, the Gene Hackman situation is very, very, very weird.
Well, according to Vince, he is the great one, so that has to count for something. And yeah, the Gene Hackman thing is really strange. It sounds like they just committed suicide. Thanks for the donation, the Than Thou.
various other jobs. One time when he was working at a restaurant, he ran into a former instructor.
Dodo, donate $2. Trump supporters are finding out. Scroll up. If I'm going to be fair, these questions need to be asked today. Why is the release of the Epstein list always a shit show? What's the point of booting out illegals and criminals while somehow becoming a safe haven for the Tate brothers? Why is crypto in the toilet if Trump is crypto king? How far does Tesla stock have to crash before Elon goes back to work? Yeah, really. Well, Trump supporters are not the brightest bunch, so... Oh my gum. I love his big kitty paws. Oh my goodness, I love you, gum. If there were no community notes here, I would think it's real, because we all know the darkies like to do this. How a Polish woman deals with miscreants in France. This video is clearly staged. You can see from the kick and how he falls, there's a similar video. Yeah, I would have thought this is staged. That is clearly fake. And what do you know? Ian Miles Chong. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Can you pronounce the then thou's name correctly? You always say the then now, or the then now, or some shit like that. It's the thine thou. Say it slowly. Holy shit, I think Dr. Grande is on that Ozempic, right? Also, Bud, I think it's almost time for gaming, Bud. We'll see, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
From the Pasadena Playhouse. The instructor told him that his job at the restaurant proved he would not amount to anything. These unkind words and other sources of disapproval only motivated Gene toward success in acting. He landed several theater and television roles, but his career was still not advancing quickly. This would change in 1967 when Gene Hackman appeared in the movie Bonnie and Clyde. This led to an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor. This certainly represented a boost for Gene Hackman, but his big break arrived in 1971 when he starred as Jimmy Doyle in The French Connection. This performance led to an Academy Award for for Best Actor. Over the next 33 years, Gene would enjoy an incredible career by appearing in about 80 movies. Here are just a few examples. The Poseidon.
Hopefully the Trump administration gets their act together and declassify all the Epstein files. Unless they're fine with Trump supporters being flooded with this Nazi propaganda instead.
Well, oh, Gum. Love you so much. That's obviously not happening. There's a reason why they literally didn't release anything and they only released publicly available documents. It's because, at the very least, there's a plausible connection between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Dude, what the fuck? Look at this. Oh my god, look at him. You're so handsome, Gum. I love my Gum so much. Oh, he is such a good kitty. He's so beautiful. Just look at him. Oh my god, he's the nicest kitty. So happy that I have Gum. Yeah, I've already seen that. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
An Adventure in 1972, where Gene played a clergyman who tried to escape from a capsized luxury cruise ship. In 1978, Gene transformed into...
Pronounce it any way you like. I don't care. Have you seen this?
Delays at Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport are expected to continue this morning as investigators continue to look into the cause of the Delta plane crash in Toronto, which is leaving some air travelers worried for their safety.
Every time you open your phone, the plane has crashed somewhere.
This is fake. This guy does videos.
If it's not the one crashing in Alaska, it's commercial airline that is crashing. And if you somehow even fly on the commercial, and somehow you make it through most of the flight and you're about to land, military helicopter will come out from nowhere and come and to you. And you say, this airport that I'm in.
It's not really funny. It's fake. That guy does skits online. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou.
Lex Luthor in Superman. He acted along...
Gum is an interesting looking cat. He looks chink-eyed and kind of looks like a mouse. Really big ears. Still cute though. I miss Prismo though. Prismo was such a handsome and stout cat.
Yeah, I miss Prismo too, but, you know, what can you do? I don't have control over life and death. Thanks for the donation, I'm gay.
Alongside Christopher Reeve. In 1980, he reprised the role for Superman 2. In 1983, Gene was in the war movie Uncommon Valor. He played a basketball coach in the sports drama Hoosiers in 1986. Gene once again returned as the character Lex Luthor for Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. This is an awful movie, but it was not Gene's fault. In 1988, Gene was in the war movie Bat 21 and the crime drama Mississippi Burning. In 1992, he acted alongside Clint Eastwood and Morgan Freeman in the greatest Western ever made, Unforgiven. He played Little Bill Daggett, a sadistic sheriff who encountered a notorious and conflicted outlaw named William Money. In 1993, Gene was in the legal thriller The Firm. He was in another Western in 1995, The Quick and the Dead. This movie was pretty good, but it was no Unforgiven. Also in 1995, Gene played a grumpy and rigid submarine captain alongside Denzel Washington in the film Crimson Tide. In 1998, Gene took on the role of a paranoid former NSA operative in Enemy of the State. In 2000, he played a coach in the sports comedy movie The Replacements. He was back for another war movie in 2001 with Behind Enemy Lines. Gene was featured in the legal thriller Runaway Jury in 2003, and in 2004, he appeared in his last film, a political satire titled Welcome to Mooseport. Gene retired at this point because he was having trouble with his heart, and he found the movie business to be stressful. As far as romantic endeavors, Gene Hackman married a woman named Faye in 1956. They went on to have 3 children. The marriage ended in 1986, after 30 years. In 1989, Gene met a woman named Betsy Arakawa, and they became romantically involved. She was 31 years younger than him. The couple married in 1991. After Gene retired from Hollywood, he and Betsy moved to a 12-acre compound in New Mexico. He had 2 mansions on Old Sunset Trail in Hyde Park, just northeast of Santa Fe. It appears as though Gene and his wife lived in the northern mansion. Other than occasionally
Damn, dude. Wish I had that kind of money.
driving to Santa Fe, Gene stayed out of sight. He and his wife lived a
Whoa. Yeah, he got old. He looks totally different. Lost a lot of weight and shit.
reclusive lifestyle. Gene spent his time painting and writing. Money was not a problem. His impressive career resulted in a net worth of $80 million. Now moving to the timeline of the incident. On February 26, 2025, at 1:43 p.m., two maintenance workers at Gene Hackman's mansion called the police. The workers said they found the front door ajar. Inside the house, they could see two dead bodies. When the police arrived at the mansion, they found the bodies of Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy partially mummified. Gene's body was in a mudroom off the kitchen. He was fully clothed, and his sunglasses were next to his body. The police believed that he had suddenly fallen. Betsy's body was on a bathroom floor. There was a bottle of prescription medication on a nearby countertop with pills scattered around it. There were no signs of trauma to the bodies of Gene or Betsy. About 10 to 15 feet away from Betsy's body, there was a dead German Shepherd in a closet. Two other dogs were found alive. One was in the bathroom where Betsy's body was found, and one was outside the house. The front door of the mansion was open, and there were no signs of forced entry. The structure was examined by the fire department. They did not identify any signs of a carbon monoxide leak or any type of poisoning. At the time I'm making this video, the deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife remain a mystery. They have been ruled suspicious, and the police will continue to investigate. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Gene Hackman had a rough time growing up. His family environment was brutal and chaotic. Gene described his father as a man who took things too far. He saw his share of physical violence at his father's hands. He remembered how, during his father's abandonment of the family, he waved to him from a vehicle as he drove away forever. Gene recalled, quote, "That wave, it was like he was saying, okay, it's all yours. You're on your own, kiddo," unquote. Gene's mother was unable or unwilling to restrict her intake of alcohol. In 1962, she died in a fire after passing out while holding a lit cigarette. In a sense, Gene may have thought of himself as abandoned by both his parents. Instead of dwelling on the negative, Gene used his early experiences as a source of inspiration. He implied that his dysfunctional family made him a good actor. Gene was also motivated by the enormous amount of negative feedback he received during the early part of his career. He always wanted to prove his detractors wrong. Their contempt for him and his hatred of them drove him forward. Item number 2. For much of his life, Gene Hackman was considered a rebellious individual who did not respect authority. When he was young, he found himself in trouble a few times. One time he spent the night in jail after stealing candy and a bottle of soda. During his time in the Marines, Gene frequently engaged in physical fights. This led to him being demoted from the rank of corporal. Even after he was an actor, Gene continued getting in fights. Sometimes he would just randomly go to a bar looking for a combat opportunity. In 2001, Gene started a fight with two men over a minor traffic collision in West Hollywood, California. On movie sets, his temper tantrums became so notorious, he was referred to as Vesuvius. Despite his love of physical violence, Gene did not like to play violent characters in movies. Initially, he was unhappy playing the sheriff in Unforgiven because the movie was too violent. Item number 3. How did Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy die? As I mentioned, the investigation is still underway. There has been no determination. Let's take a look at the 3 major theories. Theory number 1 is that they died from carbon monoxide poisoning. When this tragedy was first reported, some people thought this theory made sense. It could explain why Gene, Betsy, and one of their dogs died at the same time, especially considering how there were no signs of trauma. As it turns out, it's not clear if they died at the same time. Furthermore, firefighters were not able to find any carbon monoxide leak, and the front door of the house was open. This theory seems unlikely, given the information which is now available. Theory number 2 is that intruders killed the couple. At this point, there is no reason to believe that anybody else was in the mansion. In addition, the bodies did not have any obvious signs of trauma. Theory number 3 involves a source of death closer to home. The origin of this tragedy was Gene, Betsy, or both of them. There are several versions of this theory. For example, one spouse caused both deaths. Both Gene and Betsy entered into an agreement to no longer live. And one spouse died from natural causes, and the other one did not want to be around anymore. This general theory is supported by the lack of trauma and the failure to call 911. I think theory number 3 makes a lot of sense, in particular the version where one died of natural causes and the other one had a dramatic reaction. Perhaps Gene died unexpectedly from the cardiac condition he had for many years. This explains why it appeared as though he had suddenly fallen. When Betsy realized that Gene was dead, she went to the bathroom, retrieved prescription medication, and consumed it. This was an impulsive decision, which explains why pills were scattered on the countertop. This couple had been together for a long time. Maybe Betsy thought that day-to-day life without Gene would be too much to bear. Also, years of being a recluse could have left her cut off from support. Maybe she felt completely alone without Gene. One part that doesn't make sense with this theory is why Betsy failed to make arrangements to care for the dogs. Perhaps her emotions were so strong, she was only thinking about her own pain. Again, this is just a theory. The police will probably be able to figure out exactly what happened as they continue to investigate. Either way, this is a terrible tragedy for Gene Hackman and for his wife. Now moving to my final thoughts. Gene Hackman had sustained significant emotional damage during his younger years. This led to certain lifelong problems. For example, his losing struggle to control his anger. Despite this, Gene was able to convert much of his pain into a positive. When he ran into an obstacle, a critic, negative emotions, a rejection, a failure, or anything painful, he grew stronger and more determined. Everything was interpreted as a sign that he needed to work harder. He needed to be better. His acting skill must improve. He never viewed himself as a star, even during the last part of his career where he was quite famous. But he always believed he could be recognized as a talented performer. His goals were much more realistic than many other actors. A lot of actors want to be a massive star. Throughout his career, Gene always sought out challenging roles. He was fearless, determined, and demanded perfection from himself. Through his many movie roles, Gene proved himself to be talented, versatile, and unforgettable. Having achieved his goal and proven his critics wrong, One might think that Gene would have dwelled on all his accomplishments, but he did not. He said that he was not a sentimental guy. He did not even know where his Oscar statues were. The goal for Gene was to be remembered as a decent actor, a man who tried to portray what was given to him in an honest fashion. He said, quote, "I'm pretty satisfied that I made the right choice when I decided to be an actor. I was lucky to find a few things that I could do well as an actor and that I could look at and say, yeah, that's all right," unquote. In the end, Gene's performances were more than just all right. They were exceptional. Many of his critics focused on how Gene was not physically attractive, but they betrayed their own superficial.
We have some breaking news. We officially have a video of somebody scrolling through the Epstein files, and it was entirely disappointing. I mean, a lot of conservative influencers are disappointed. I'm sure your conservative coworker or your QAnon uncle or whoever in your life was excited for this is going to be
Nighty-night, Chef Poppy. Sweet dreams.
disappointed.
If you could bring any person back to life, but just one, who would you revive? Probably Prismo. Can't really think of anybody else.
Because it was all a scam. It was all a ruse, and Trump tried to use conservative influencers to hide something. The question is, what are they trying to hide in the Epstein files? Because Trump is refusing to release them. Remember, Epstein originally died under the first Trump presidency, and I'm not saying that Trump's connected, but I'm just asking questions here. But we do have an article that's titled, "Trump DOJ Feeds Jeffrey Epstein Documents to Underwhelmed Conservative Influencers." Quote, "You should feel frustrated," says the conservative influencers, because it was incredibly counterproductive. It was just, it was really lame. The Justice Department released a handful of files on notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein to a hand-selected crop of right-wing social media influencers. I mean, the entire thing was so bizarre. It was like a fever dream. It was like an episode of Twin Peaks or a David Lynch movie, because libs of TikTok. You guys have heard of libs of TikTok, right? The woman on Twitter who is always posting videos of kindergarten teachers, and she's even caused bomb threats to get called into schools because she'll post a video of some gay teacher and be like, "This teacher is spreading transgenderism," and then there'll be a bomb threat called into school. She's just a terrible, terrible human being, but she does have a big platform on Twitter, and that's why Donald Trump chose her, chose a few other like conservative influencers from Twitter, basically cat turd level people. This says, "Chaya Reichik from Libs of TikTok is grinning ear to ear, gleefully flaunting her useless Epstein binder, packed with information that's mostly already public, while 250 real victims are still fighting for actual answers." And here's the thing. This is what conspiracy theorists want, and this is a trap that you guys should be careful of falling into. When it comes to conspiracy theorists, they just want to feel like they're in on something special. They want to feel like they know something unique and life isn't as boring. I had a bunch of friends in high school like this, you know, people that would smoke a lot of weed, which is fine, that part's fine, but then they would always have these vast conspiracy theories where they are the savior. They are Neo in the Matrix and they know something special. And it turns into this game for them. And I'm like, hey, you're talking about real things. You're talking about real medical conditions, real lives here. Not everything. Not every school shooting is some conspiracy theory. And that's how I feel about Chaya and Libs of TikTok and a lot of the Epstein file people. Did Epstein do terrible things? Yes. Do we want the files? Yes. But all of the conspiracy theory people about through the video, but first anywhere. But here we have Libs of TikTok, some creator who's just a terrible person. And then we have DC Drano. All these conservative creators have access to this information that is already online. And let me just reiterate, conspiracy theorists, people like this, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget that people were actually affected. And you know, the disgusting thing is, during all of the Epstein file distractions, you know what they could have been distracting from, other than the massive tax cuts they're about to pass, other than prices skyrocketing, other than the wars resparking. They could have been distracting from the fact that Trump helped lobby for the Andrew Tate brothers, Andrew and Tristan Tate, to come back home from Romania after being credibly accused of rape and sex trafficking. This says, it is disgusting that our president lobbied for special favors for these vile human trafficking party. Speaker Epstein files because they think maybe Bill Clinton is on them, when it's like, hey, Trump is likely on them as well. We also had the House Judiciary Committee putting out troll tweets about this. They said, hey, the Epstein files were released, and then you click on it, list, went live and scrolled through it. This says, LMAO, that moron DC Drano guy went live with the bombshell Epstein. Say about 98% of it is redacted. Redacted names. And then as we learned more and more, Ken Klippenstein said, the president has the authority to unilaterally declassify documents. If the Epstein files are redacted, even this Trump supporter was complaining. This Trump supporter whose bio says pursuing truth, liberty, Jesus Christ, and personal sovereignty said, the phase 1 Epstein file or Epstein binders are filled with heavily redacted versions of information that's been public for 5 years. This entire PR stunt is one of the crazy.
They redacted public information? Yeah. Well, Trump had something to do with Epstein, clearly. That makes no sense.
I have this channel here, Lloyd and Mandy, says, while you left Australia, may never come back, they say, but seemed like a pretty cool video.
So about 3 years ago now, my wife Mandy and I left Australia on a one-way ticket to Southeast Asia. We had just started working online, and our plan was to make our online jobs full-time before we ran out of money, and we did it. And we've made plenty of videos on how we made money online and given our full story, but something we haven't really elaborated on was why we left Australia in the first place. So in today's video, I'm going to be giving you the real reason why we left Australia and why we may never go back. So about 3 years ago now, my wife Mandy.
All right, we might as well get straight to it. It's no secret that Australia is one of the most expensive places to live in the world. It's actually been ranked in the top 10 most expensive places to live in the world for like 10 years now. And although Australia does have some of the highest wages in the world, it still doesn't match up with the increasing price of houses in Australia. In fact, it's almost impossible for young people to buy a home in Australia in 2024, let alone rent a place. And that's especially if you're living in a major city like Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Gold Coast, Perth, Adelaide, etc. As you can see by this graph here, the median cost of homes in Australia has skyrocketed over the last 20 years. And when you compare that to the average wage increase, well, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that something just doesn't add up here. So speaking from our first-hand experience, when we left Australia at the end of 2021, we were living in this beachside town called Byron Bay. I don't know if you've heard of it or not, but it's this quiet surf town. Well, actually, I wouldn't say quiet. It's a surf town on the east coast of Australia that has like a hippie vibe to it and has recently just become like probably the most popular tourist destination in all of Australia. And a lot of people have moved there from big cities. So Mandy, Bear, and me were all living in a studio apartment. In fact, it wasn't actually really a studio. It was just some guy's garage that he put a kitchen and a bathroom in and turned it into a studio. So this thing was probably around 50 square meters tops. It was like a loft. It had a set of stairs and it was all open plan. We shared a driveway and a yard with 4 other people, 2 other couples. And look, to be honest, we loved living there. The other people that lived there were amazing and we got to live in one of the coolest places in Australia. But we were paying $2,000 a month just to live there. If you compare that...
Whoa, that is crazy.
To where we're living here in Thailand, we pay just over half of that per month. We have a 3-bedroom house with our own carport, a rooftop terrace, and a swimming pool, and a backyard. We also have a gardener that comes twice a week, and pool maintenance as well. And we're walking distance to pretty much everything here. We don't even need a car. And so you can see how expensive it can be to live in Australia, and that was just for a rental. We honestly were thinking about buying a house when both of us were working full-time back in Australia. We looked into it. We soon realized that prices of homes in the area that we wanted to live were starting at like $1.5 million. $1.5 million. I remember growing up in the 90s and calling rich people millionaires. Do you guys remember that? Rich people used to be called millionaires. Now in 2024, you literally have to be a millionaire just to buy a home. So to put that into perspective, if Mandy and I wanted to buy a home for $1.5 million, we would have to save up $300,000 just for a deposit. $300,000 for a deposit. And if we did get the loan, the repayments would be about $7,500 per month. So when you take into account that the average monthly wage in Australia is around $6,600 before tax, I guess if you doubled that, that would be around $13,000 for a couple for the household income before tax. Now, if you take away taxes, you take away other expenses like groceries, transport, healthcare, you're not left with a lot after a $7,500 mortgage. In fact, I'd probably argue you'd barely be able to cover your mortgage. And then of course, what if you want to start having a family? You want to have some kids? You know, I would like my wife to be able to take some time off to look after the kids. So now you're looking at a single income with a $7,500 mortgage. That doesn't work. And when I say $1.5 million, I'm being generous because $1.5 million in Byron Bay will get you a 2-bedroom apartment maybe a small townhouse at best. And if you're thinking that's just Byron Bay, like it's just that particular area, it's not. Sydney was just named the second most expensive place to live in the world. Okay, we just need to take a quick break to thank Level 8 for sponsoring today's video and also supplying us with the best quality recent luggage sets. The carry-on luggage going to be walking around Thailand where it will make you take and off the flight. My camera's. But it isn't just housing that's expensive these days in Australia. The cost of groceries has absolutely skyrocketed over the last few years. On average, grocery prices have increased up to 15% per year over the last decade, while grocery stores are making record profits. In fact, they're making bigger margins than ever before. When we're living back in Australia, if I wanted to take Mandy out for a nice dinner at the pub, nowhere fancy, just a regular Tuesday night dinner, I'd want to hope I'd bring more than $100 with me. Otherwise, one of us would not be eating that night.
Dude, what in the fuck? This has to be just corporate corruption.
And in case you're thinking, oh, this is just another lazy millennial that doesn't want to work and wants everything handed to them, that couldn't be further from the truth. I've worked some of the hardest jobs in the world, I believe. I've worked in underground mines, oil and gas rigs, working 14-hour shifts for 14 days straight, getting 5 days off. I've worked in construction. I've worked in landscape maintenance. I've done pretty much every hard job there is to do, working 60, 70, 80 hours per week. In my opinion, as young Australians, all we really want is the ability to be able to put a roof over our head that we can call our own, that we don't have fear of being booted out from at any time, where we can paint the walls, we can have pets. We're not burdened by a 12-month year-to-year lease. And yeah, maybe it would be nice to be able to take the family out for dinner every now and then, go on a holiday once or twice a year without having to worry about going bankrupt. Now, obviously, the whole world is going through an inflation right now, which may seem like this is an unsolvable problem. And to be completely honest, like, I am a capitalist. I'm a pure capitalist. I believe capitalism works and it rewards those who work the hardest. And I also understand that if you're someone who has purchased a house in Australia over the last decade or so, you're probably not too upset about the increased housing prices. In fact, the property value skyrocketing has actually made you a lot richer, and I understand that point of view. But did you know that only 1% of Australian property investors own almost a quarter of Australian properties? Well, look, I'm no genius, but when you read reports that private property developers and big banks, which are giving out loans for increasingly high prices, are turning over record profits year in, year out, while everyday Australians can't afford to buy a home, it kind of seems like something's a bit broken, doesn't it? So what's the answer? How could this problem possibly be solved? I mean,
tax the rich, tax anybody making over 30 million. All your problems are solved. These assholes wouldn't be buying up every fucking property because they wouldn't have the money to do it. And even if they did, they wouldn't really make any profit because they'd end up getting taxed 90%. So what's the fucking point? There'd be more resources for everybody else. And you just have far less income inequality. Costs will go down, and, you know, normal everyday working jack-offs would be able to get by just fine, and rich people could still be rich.
As I said, I'm no genius, but it seems to me like a simple mathematical equation of supply and demand. So why doesn't Australia just build more homes? Wouldn't that make perfect sense for everybody? Well, I did some digging around, and the answer to that's actually kind of depressing. So we had the same problem in Australia about 50 years ago, back in the 70s, and home ownership was at around 30%. So the Australian government decided to start building homes for Australians. The government would then sell the home to Australians for a reasonable price. I mean, the government still made a profit, obviously, but the homes were sold at a very reasonable price, and lo and behold, in under a decade, home ownership went up to about 75%. So, is that still happening? Well, the answer is no. Since 2011, the amount of homes...
No, corporate corruption, corporate greed. They tell the politicians not to do that because it's ruining their margins. Then they just slip them, some money, put it in their pocket, and then, these politicians will do whatever the corporations ask.
Being built by the Australian government went from 20,000 to today, zero. Not one. Zero houses. And if you're wondering why that is, and you're wondering, hang on, that doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense, but I'm going to get to that. And this might be a controversial take, but this is just my opinion. If you don't agree, let me know down below in the comments because I'm definitely open to other opinions. So in doing some research, I found out that property developers, on average, are the biggest donators to Australian government parties every single year. And that's both political parties. So in other words, to break it down in layman's terms, property developers are donating record amounts of money to the Australian government. Australian banks are turning over huge profits year in, year out. Property developers are turning over huge profits year in, year out. And politicians are receiving large donations from these property developers every single year. Oh, and also, I forgot to mention that both state and federal politicians on average own between 4 and 5 investment properties each. So anyways, that's just the facts. I'll let you guys join the dots and let me know who you think is profiting the most out of the cost of living crisis in Australia.
Same exact thing is happening in Canada. It's fucking retarded. And I don't know what the solution to that is. We're gonna have to have more Luigi Mangionis taking out some of these corporate scumbags. It's absolutely fucked, dude. We just live in a system where rich billionaire fucks just get to fuck everybody over so that they can make a bit more money that does not increase their well-being in any meaningful way. It's just insane.
Australia, and who would benefit the least from improving that cost of living crisis in Australia? And I think I'll just leave it at that. If you made it this far, thanks for watching, and if you found this video helpful at all,
Like, I just don't get it, right? What is the difference in quality of life between somebody who has a, $30 million net worth versus a $1 billion net worth? Nothing. Like, there's no difference. Like, maybe you won't be able to have, like, the same kind of extravagant luxuries. Like, you can't literally buy a fucking palace. Maybe you won't be able to have, like, insane, ridiculous mega yachts that you can live on, year in, year out. But, like, okay. Doesn't really make a difference in terms of quality of life. But yeah, we allow these fucking dipshits to bribe politicians. It's literal bribery. So that they can just get more money that they don't need at the expense of everybody else. It's just fucked.
That right there, what an absolute knob cheese. New footage of Alex Pereira sparring a young, cocky has just surfaced, and we're going to react to it today. I've had a lot of new subscribers against the professional fighter, and that's exactly what we got today. Now, this gym that Alex Pereira attended is called the Goat Shed, and it's owned by the president of Karate Combat. His name is Asim Zaidi, and in this footage, Alex Pereira spars some female bodybuilders. He spars the gym owner and the president of Karate Combat himself, and then he spars a few young lads, and that's where it all goes wrong. Let's jump into the video. So these girls right here, although quite masculine from all the steroids that they've taken, are...
Yeah, that's Bakar.
The female bodybuilders.
Amazing. Amazing. We're lost, but we're getting there. I like it. It feels different. I'm not best at fighting though, guys. No judge. I'm just beginner.
Whoa, you have a deep voice.
That's not all.
Right, so we're getting the female bodybuilder to spar with Pereira. Get ready for some serious booty here, boys. Can we get a like on the video for some booty? We got to stare down. The sexual tension is off the charts. Let's check out some of that Alex Pereira Powhatan Riz. Damn, look at them quads. And I don't mean Alex Pereira either. Hey, she's alright here. Maybe done a bit of boxing in the past. Let's see some booty. I'll pull the screen up a little bit so you can see it a bit better. Oh, damn. Right, there we go. Let me just move me for you. Now you can see what Pereira's working with. Oh, she's throwing leg kicks now. Damn. W cameraman. He's a man of culture. Oh, yeah. Take down. Go away. Get in there. Go on. Get it. Take her back. Take her ass, lad. Okay, next bird. No one cares about me, so I'm going to move me out the way. People just want to see some ass. This video is going to get your testosterone higher, boys.
He's not even putting any effort. And I'm already tired.
Yeah, Pereira's using about 2% of his effort. Yeah, there you go. Let's see that ass. Not bad, not bad. She squats, certainly. She definitely gets them hip thrusts going. Oh, yeah. Now, guys, I know Pereira's sparring a bunch of girls here, but this is how Pereira spars. Very.
Demon Cunt donated $2. Let me see.
Years after more than I drank.
All right, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Playful. He never ever goes hard. Well, he might be going a little bit harder, yeah, in another way. Oh, KO!
Oh no!
And we also have Baz Rutten. Shout out to Baz Rutten. What an absolute OG. See, this gives you an idea about Pereira's power. If you're new to the channel, you're new to MMA, you can see he's an absolute weapon. And this is him probably putting in about maybe 60% effort, maybe 70. You see his speed? Pereira's boxing is getting a lot better. There are also talks of Pereira fighting Usyk. But Pereira versus Usyk, maybe we can talk about that in a bit or on a separate video. That would be a very interesting matchup. Maybe they could meet in the middle and do a kickboxing fight. Right, now this guy right here is the president of Karate Combat. And he's definitely got some skills. He's a former professional fighter himself. And wait until you see him in a moment, spar Pereira. He actually does pretty well.
Got him tired for you.
Now watch this, guys. This right here is how you spar. Great sparring ethics. Both are going pretty light. They're both very playful with it, but you can see right here there are no egos clashing. And that's a testament to these two gentlemen's experience. All right, here we go. We're not going to pause this much. We're just going to react to it live. Now, usually good sparring ethics consist of going to the body a lot. You can generally hit a little bit harder to the body and go light to the head. So say 50% power.
Jason Fucker donated $2. Okay, that's good. Seems to be eating some good food. Thanks for the donation, Jason Fucker. Damon Cunt donated $2. Is he on steroids and why aren't you on Misfits yet, you big-headed cunt? Probably not. I mean, he looks pretty skinny. So, probably not. He's very lean, but I wouldn't suspect him of being on steroids. Just looks a little too skinny to me. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Power to the body, and then like 20% power to the head. So the fact that straight away, Asim, he went to the body straight away, that goes to show that, you know, he's keeping it light and playful. So look how technical this sparring is. Very high level. Nice right hands by Asim there. Very light. Nice light body shots by Pereira. This is Pereira once again, just in his little flow state, having a little bit of fun with it. Nice body shot. He's just tapping his shots. And I want you to pay close attention to this and don't just, nice little behind the body shot. Pereira always does that. What's that again? I didn't want you to jump straight ahead to the sparring with the cocky kid. I wanted to show context first as to what sparring should look like, especially when you've got someone like Alex Pereira coming into your gym.
I'm going to LA tomorrow, gonna eat at Mr. Charlie's. I've never heard of Mr. Charlie's. Oh, this place. Okay, I have heard of it. I just forgot the name. Probably tastes a lot better than McDonald's if I had to guess. That's pretty cool. I'd try it out.
Respect to him. Right, round two. So once again, we're laying down the context here. He's stepping up a little bit, but it's still respectful. Nice little upcut. Nice left hook by Asim. Nice body shots by Asim too. Nice body jab by Pereira. Ooh, right hand by Asim. Pereira's laughing. See, he's just being playful. It's all fun and games. Asim knows that Pereira would destroy him. Pereira's got nothing to prove. Oh, see, I love the way Pereira does that. He goes to a Philly shell. It's so Floyd Mayweather-esque, that technique. We'll slow it down for you. So Pereira throws the jab. He goes body hook. He knows the counter is coming. So he goes into a Philly shell right here. And because the left side of Asim's head is exposed, Pereira can just throw this short right hand from this position. So he blocks the left hook and then bop right there, and then he ducks under Asim's right hand and throws the body jab. Now, he did get caught with a left hook there, but this is a combo that Pereira does really, really well. Even in his fights, he gets into that flow state, gets that head movement going. Once again, Pereira goes back to just touching the body, and he did it again. So he goes to the Philly shell. Pereira laughs. But you see Pereira kind of recognised that that shot was a little bit too hard. So Pereira laughs. He gives Asim a little... batter me. He'd batter most of us. So I can't have an opinion on his Pereira. So, nice and light and friendly to begin, yes. No problem here so far. You can already see the lad is doing a little too much in terms of his movement. Bouncing around a lot. More concerned right now. See that shot right there from Pereira? I think that's what sparked this kid's ego. But it wasn't really a hard punch from Pereira. It was more like a slap. So watch it again. See that? I'll give you a slow-mo. There we go. Now you can see the lad's eyes change there a little bit. And if you watch his body language, there's almost a degree of hesitation. Like as if the lad thinks, right, okay, game on. So watch right here. So he kind of like, okay, I'm going to go for it now. You see that? See that speed change? He's like, okay, hesitation. F this, I'm going to throw hard. Now this is where he starts trying a lot harder now. Nothing wrong with trying. Now that, yeah. He's actually trying to tag Pereira. Treating it like a bit more of a fight. He's trying to win the spar rather than learning. That right hook attempt by the lad. Right here, you see he's proper going for it. You know, Pereira tried the behind the back.
Demon Cunt Donate Tillers, he is natural. Yeah, that's what he says. Not terribly convinced of that, but who knows? But yeah, I don't think that guy's natural. Very unlikely that that guy's natural. Very, very unlikely he's natural. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Punch again there. Still keeping it somewhat playful right here. I mean, look at all this movement. He's putting 100% of his energy into one round of sparring. Now, Pereira backs himself up against the wall to try and keep things playful. He's like, do you know what? I'll back myself up against the wall. I'll give you a little bit of an advantage. Watch this. That right there, what an absolute knob cheese he is. And look the way he runs this kid, but he's absolutely smoked me. So let's watch again. Cracks Pereira. And look at Pereira, still going super light. Keeping it nice and light and gentle for him. This kid is still trying to win the spar. Oh, nice uppercut by Pereira though. Come on, Pereira. Crack him. Look at him. Thinking he's boss. Pereira tries to behind the back shot again. Now I didn't like that either from him. He throws a spinning elbow. Now I know he just feinted it, but this is also bad sparring etiquette. When you spar on a pro, you shouldn't even feint any spinning elbows. Not unless you've got elbow pads on. This is meant to be a learning experience, and you're going to feint a spinning elbow on Powhatan. What this lad is trying to communicate by doing so is, yo, look, I could get you if I want. Stop a little rat. Please don't beat me up if you see good head movement. That's where Pereira just starts ripping to the ribs. And you're seeing that's getting to him a bit now. Someone said in the comments that Pereira said in a Brazilian interview that if someone comes in with too much of an ego, he'll just start punching the ribs and breaking them down. So I assume that's what he was doing there. But watch the lad's face now. Right here. He's like, these are getting to me and I can't get them off me.
20 seconds.
Trying to run away again. Nice uppercut by Pereira. Now, let's see, you'd be lying flat on the floor right now. Speed.
Another COVID debunking.
Let's watch this
You
one.
get these shifu kind of everything all in one. They're locksmiths, they're handymen, plumbers, everything all in one, basically. Down at the little Wujing Dian, which
Yes.
means the 5 metal shop. So a handyman, okay? This guy is a locksmith, but he'll do everything else. Like if you bring him in, you can also say like, oh, can you also...
He's a master.
Yeah, you could say, can you adjust my faucet? It's leaking.
Yes.
And, you know, while you're here, can you fix the light bulb or whatever?
Yes.
And he'll do all that stuff.
Yes.
So this elderly woman or middle-aged woman got locked out of her apartment, so she called him to come and help unlock her door.
And then we can play it because I translated the whole
Okay, so let's take a look.
大家好，是啊。
啊，这门什么情况？
哎呀，我刚才出去丢垃圾，忘了拿钥匙了，风就把门给带上了。
啊，没反锁是吧？
啊，没有。
行。
Gonna hide the methodology.
Yeah.
I didn't.
No. State secret.
State secret.
这种小东西就把门打开了。
专业的嘛。
哎呀，师傅，正好我这里面这个门。
So now she's gonna try to get him to help with another door.
Yeah, exactly.
Notice the mahjong tiles, by the way.
Yeah.
This is not in China. If you play mahjong,
Yeah.
you are considered low class or untrustworthy. Not, by the way, not a casual player. Somebody
No.
that has it permanently set up
in their room
is a gambler.
Yeah, I guess so. Yes. So anyway, the thing is, she's gotten back into her apartment, so he's done the job, right?
Yes.
Now she's got another door that she needs him to sort out because it's not closing properly or whatever. Let's continue. This gets better.
帮忙再给看一下。
啊，这关不上是吧？
嗯。
行，我试试。哦。
That one won't show. Typical Chinese quality construction. This gets real good.
不行姐，咱开锁都是50的。
She's trying to get him to take $1 instead of like $6.
So I mean,
Jason, cock donatillers get a Hellcat. That's a very stupid video. Hellcats are cool. I appreciate them, but it's not the type of car that I'd get. Thanks for the donation, Jason Cock.
I mean, the thing is, he said he will do all of this for 50 RMB.
Right, which is so cheap. It's like
Yeah.
$6.
Yeah, 50 RMB in China will get you a meal.
Yeah.
It's
getting tough now.
Yeah, but like just a rubbish meal, like
a shit meal.
A shit meal.
Yeah.
You can go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Have a McDonald's meal.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
You know?
not a full one, no.
No, but you just get
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a whatever.
burger or whatever, yeah.
It's not a lot of money is what
No,
we're trying to say. And to think that he's gone all the way there and all that. And now she's trying to bargain him down.
To $1.
Yeah. She's trying to say, no, like it's holiday time or whatever. Let's go for less. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
不行姐，这10块钱不行。
大过年的，你就少要点吧。
不中，
给姐
不中。
拿着吧，拿着吧。
那行姐，那个您拿下您家钥匙，然后咱试试看这是你家吧，行吧？嗯。我不给你开了，你再换个人开吧。
Oh, someone else tells you.
Oh, it's too good.
发财。
Get fucked. Rabbi Richard Donatillers, hey VG, hope you're feeling pleasant tonight. Just was curious on whether or not you'd think buying BYND would be a good long-term investment. Probably not. Probably not. Thanks for the donation there, Rabbi Richard.
Let's explain that last part real quick. Just pause. We don't have to play it again.
No, I won't. I just the part where he lures. She like forces the 10 RMB, the $1.30 on him.
Yes.
And it's like she's like, oh,
he locked
yeah.
her up.
So
yes, he tried to add on. I love that she's hostage now, right?
Yes.
She doesn't try to pay the full price.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think you'd be like, all right, I'll give you the 50.
Yeah.
No, she only tries to add on 20.
Yeah, exactly.
She still tries to rip him off.
Yeah, so I mean, like he's done all this work, and he's like, okay, let's test the key.
This is such a give him a thumbs up if you like this video if you like him.
It's awesome.
We love
so
this guy.
Gets her out, like we're going to test your key, and then he chucks it in and closes the door again.
I won't open it for you.
Yeah, exactly. I won't open it for you. Makes sense.
He says.
Yeah, fine, call someone else, and she's like, I'll add another $2.75.
I love how she still tries to rip him off.
Yeah.
Still.
Dude, 50 RMB is not a lot of money.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Have you seen Karate Kid's Legend trailer?
In history, Kung Fu.
Dude, I can't stand Jackie Chan. He's such a piece of shit.
Karate. The tree grows strong.
You knew Mr. Miyagi?
I did not come looking for Sensei Miyagi. I came looking for you. In life, you have only one.
I've actually got to watch the rest of Cobra Kai.
One question. Is it worth fighting for it? Or not? What you meant to Sensei Miyagi.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I'm not watching that.
You piece of shit.
Yeah, I know. For a guy to come all the way out there, fix
Yes.
two of your doors, well, like get you in your apartment, and then like fix another one of your problems.
That's a wanker of an old lady. I'll
Oh,
tell you
yeah,
what.
totally. That's
I
lost
hate
generation.
That attitude, lost generation stuff.
Jackie Chan's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I wish studios would stop airing him. He does not deserve.
Yeah, he's a scumbag. Worst thing he did was he advocated for the Chinese Communist Party, and when there were a bunch of protests and shit going on, he tried to convince Chinese people to not protest and to give up basic human rights. He's a complete scumbag.
Yeah, you do come across him quite a lot, but that's pretty funny. But he also stole one of her mahjong tiles.
Which that mahjong tile says spot side.
Yes.
Which means wealth.
Yes, wealth. So he's like, I'm rich.
Stole her
Yes.
wealth. That's one of the best videos I've seen in a long time.
Me too. I loved it. This guy's attitude's great.
Yes. So you guys may have seen some. Go ahead. May have seen this going around, right? I'll pause it real quick.
Oh, maybe
There's this viral clip going around about somebody using a magnet and a zip tie,
Yeah,
trying
I
to
know.
open someone's door. Right? I guess this is some British guy or whatever,
Yeah.
Australian guy or something.
Yeah, one of those random like accent boys.
One of those
So,
accent
like an
boys.
accent boy, just
Yeah.
a random Australian, British, doesn't matter. They just got a weird accent, don't they?
Hey, my shakalada. I don't know. I have a tech deck. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly.
So you may have seen that going around. It had like hundreds of millions of views. Or whatever.
Yeah.
The point is, people were talking about how crazy this is, and what you have to understand is that's actually not crazy at all in
Yeah.
China. This is such a common.
Do you want to... Let me see.
POV. You see at the badge.
Don't ever disrespect Hellcats again. I'm going into 10 years of financing to buy one soon. That is not a good idea.
Hellcat in the wild. He tells you to follow him.
What a dipshit. All right, thanks for the donation, dude.
Problem of breaking into people's hotel rooms or their apartments. They have burglar bars on all the windows, and people get so, it's one of the most pervasive things. I saw in all those 20-second floor videos. Everyone's like, why does everyone have these bars on their windows?
It's because of theft.
Theft is crazy in China, right? They'll
try to
get
explain
in.
that away. You know, the spoiled first worlders that go to China would always be like, oh, what's going on? China's so safe. And then they're like, but why are there bars in the window? I said, do you have bars in your window back home?
Yeah.
I know I do because I'm from South Africa. You got bars in your house.
Yes.
Not just outside. They're inside too.
I have a bar that makes old fashioned.
Yeah, not those kind of bars. We got like burglar bars inside, outside. You know, Why don't you? You should.
I mean, I have kind of a makeshift one.
Okay, yeah.
It's not very nice. Anyway, the point is,
theft is huge.
It's huge. It's such a, they'll gas people's rooms. They drug people. It's absolutely crazy, right?
Yeah.
So they actually put out these PSAs very often. You just play it super quick.
Okay.
But basically what to do when this happens in your hotel room. And so she's spazzing out, obviously, right?
Yeah.
She's freaking out. So she has like a protocol here of what she does. And this is something I saw mirrored like dozens of times. You grab coat hangers and then you make like some sort of makeshift like contraption, which actually keeps it so that they can't open it no matter what tools they have to do it.
Oh, I see.
It's a very like rudimentary thing, but there's like a standard protocol for it that they teach people about. They actually have step-by-step instructions on websites and on videos.
Yes.
And then what they do is, it's funny, there's actually a sign there that's, to stop drug use and crime, so call this number or whatever.
Yeah.
And she calls the downstairs and she goes, I'm in blah, blah, blah room.
Yeah.
And they go, sorry.
Demon Cunt, Finance, Hellcat, Donate Tillers, what car would you get? Let's watch cars instead of this gay cringy video. I'd get an Ariel Atom.
Noise like a horde of banshees in your ears. This isn't a car, it's a defibrillator with wheels.
A good thing or not, it's quite that they worked out.
Yeah, this is the car I'd get. I'd get it with an H pattern shifter though.
You can feel the front wheel. Oh, I know 350 horsepower doesn't sound like a lot. It's violent. The entire drivetrain is Civic Type R, so if you're used to that, it's very familiar. It's just that I've never felt it in such a light car. I love this thing because everything is exposed. It's very easy to see what's going on in the front, and 255s to try to keep this thing planted under power. Everything back here is exposed, so we can see our gearbox, all of our accessories like our alternator up there, the turbo sat way up there, and you hear it constantly because this is your intake. Now, the standard Honda Civic Type R has had its share of problems on racetracks, primarily with cooling. It's a phenomenal car, but it's hard to get more than a couple laps out of it. And you got to go to extenuating circumstances with hood venting, new intercooler, radiators, all that stuff to keep them running. But this, obviously, this engine is completely exposed, helping it cool itself down. We've got a radiator up front, and we've got this really trick intercooler right down here, which is actually taking air and scooping it up from the underside to help keep those intake temperatures down. A few things I am thankful for on this car. Number one.
Frank to Faggot donated $2. Do you think Frank voted for Trump? If I had to guess, I'd assume he didn't vote at all. Doesn't seem to be interested in politics. Thanks for the donation, Prank to Faggot.
These little fenders, that is incredibly helpful because I do not like getting rocks spat up or water into my face while I'm driving a car like this. And this beautiful tall roll bar gives me a sense of security because not much else gives you a sense of security in this thing. I don't want to crash it. It's not going to be pretty. So let's start it up. Let me show you what it's like to drive this car. And we're going to attempt to keep the audio stable because I'm telling you, this is one of the loudest vehicles I've ever filmed. To get in, you kind of just have to stand on the seat and work your way into the vehicle. You don't want to use any force on this windscreen because it's not there for much more than air. I've got the aerial key fob in my pocket, which will allow me to start this with the buttons. So first, we're going to go ignition. Here, our fuel pump. We can watch our...
Jason cocked on Tillers, dude, you need a Hellcat. Stop driving that gas bike. Also, fuck Trump after he got Andrew molester in America. What is this stupid... Oh, this fraud. Yeah, the guy who claims to be some...
Do you enjoy school? Then why the fuck are you doing something you don't enjoy? Are you an idiot? No. Okay. Do you like school? No, I don't. Okay, then why are you in school? You can choose to do a million things that you don't like. And the thing that you choose that you don't like is a thing that's not making you money.
Yeah, this guy is just a fraud idiot. Thanks for the donation, Jason Cock.
Beautiful color display come up. That's new for the Ariel 4. And then we just hold our start button. So here in our center stack, we have our traction control. So we're on level 5 right now. You can turn it down or up depending on how crazy you want the vehicle to behave. And then we've got our boost function. So down here on setting 1, that's going to give us about 240, 260 horsepower. On 2 and 3, it's giving you the full 350, but it's all about how it's delivering that boost. So 3 is more aggressive, 2 is a little more subtle, but subtle is never a word to be used for this vehicle. We've also got an aim solo here that if you're on the racetrack, you'll be able to get all of your data and stuff. Really no need for that today. It wants to reformat my card. Not really into it. So it does have directionals, so we can turn our blinkers on left and right here. They are not self-canceling, so you got to be aware of that. I'll probably be guilty of leaving them on at some point today. Fuel gauge, we've got 100%. We're ready to party. This is easily the trickiest audio I've ever had to record, so wish me luck. Oh my God! This is so fast. Oh my God. Wow. Guys, power to weight ratio is no joke.
Yeah, this is my dream car.
Happen so fast, so I do have shift lights. The shift lights are glorious because that really gives me an idea.
Yeah, that car is so sick, dude. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. Nah, I didn't vote in the Ontario election. Conservatives are way ahead anyway. And, I don't like Rob Ford, he's a fucking moron, but liberals are also retarded in their own unique way. I'm not sure who would really be better to vote for. I think in the long run, Conservatives are probably going to be a better idea for Ontario. But yeah, it's really a toss-up for me anyway, so I didn't bother going out for the Ontario election. Do you have any goals in life? Why are you so boring? Get big on YouTube again or go fight on music. It's you, Cuck Dyke.
10, 2 more, 11, 1 more, 12. Lovely.
Is this a kid with Asperger's or something? Or is he just retarded? Yeah, I'll try to get big on YouTube again. Thanks for the donation, Demon Dyke. Jason Cockton, $8, would you tap that? Well, that's a dog. I'd pet him. Thanks for the donation, Jason Cock. Well, anyway, I'm gonna get some sleep. I might take tomorrow off. I might. I'll see how I feel. I've just been super fucking run down lately with the, whatever the hell I have. I can barely fucking eat, and I don't know, it might do well for myself to take a day off. I haven't taken an actual day off in quite a while. But we'll see. So yeah, I might take tomorrow off. Might stream, depends on how I feel. If I'm feeling better, I'll stream. But you know, I'm feeling a bit in a better mood today because we didn't react to stupid, retarded political horseshit, so probably just keep it lighter and cheery for the next few days anyway. But no guarantees I'll be streaming tomorrow. But I might. We'll see. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I may or may not see you tomorrow, but sweet dreams anyway.